tell you though that yesterday Jamaica came up against Trinidad and Tobago at Taruba, and they were Jamaica batted first. They were 274 for 6, with Javen Glenn getting 99 and Jermaine Blackwood getting 61. And
That's middle. Right
Abijay Singh is 51, not out. Kirk McKenzie got 31. And so far, Joshua James 2 for 30, Harpy 2 for 64, Yannick Karaya 1 for 25, and Jason Mohammed has picked up 1 for 2, the golden arm man. But it's Kimo Paul who starts from the media center end. Nicely pushed into the offside by Hamilton. In fact, Carty, and he picks up 2. So Carty would be looking to get a good score here today. And so far, so good. He has picked up, he's added 3 runs to his overnight score. So yes, just one team batting yesterday there in Trinidad in Tarubo. And I understand that the track is a batsman paradise. So 276 for 6 there, Jamaica. Then we had the Windward Islands, which was struggling at one point. They were pulled out of the mire. Good looking defense there by Carty. They were pulled out of the mire by Sunil Ambrose, who scored 110. And you had Noel Leo, the wicketkeeper, getting 27. And the Windward Islands, they made 186 from 49.3 overs, with Raymond Simmons picking up 2 for 32, Matthew Ford 2 for 19, Dominic Drakes 2 for 48, and Jomel Rarican 2 for 45, and Gia McAllister 1 for 38. And in the other matches, Victor, in fact, in that match, Barbados struggling in reply. They're 94 for 5 from 25 overs, with Kyle Myers on 40 not out. Shane Mosley got 22. And for the Windwards, Keon Gaston, he has picked up 2 for 22. Gillan Tyson 2 for 23, and Ryan John 1 for 19. So fairly quiet start here. Gatti picking up 2 runs in the over so far. And looking to get a good one here, Gatti. And the other match being played in the region, the combined campuses and colleges taking on the West Indies Academy. They scored 238 from 79 overs, with Johan Jeremiah getting 47. Shakir Paris 52, Kyle Corbin 48, and Daniel Evelyn 23. So slight overcast here at Warner Park. Some clouds about, but no threat of rain. And for the West Indies Academy, Joshua Bishop among the wickets once more, 6 for 78. Zishan Mutaro 2 for 57. And Jediah Blades 1 for 55. And the West Indies Academy in reply 39 for 1, with Mbiki Joseph 22 not out. This one is outside the half stump and no shot offered. The over comes to an end. And the second over of the morning completed. And the Leewards have gone on to a 146 for 4. So for the Windward Islands Academy, Mbiki Joseph 22 now. As we look at the ship there in the harbor, Victor, one of those ships, one of the Royal Caribbean fleet, the biggest ship, of course. And Royal Caribbean, of course, boasts very massive fleet, and they boast a large ship. Icon of the Seas, for example, the biggest tourist ship in the world, just came out fairly recently. course, prior to that, they had Harmony of the Seas. This one is turned into the onside for a single. Radiance of the Seas, of course. That one I would have traveled on, Victor. Radiance of the Seas. But Hughes Fleet, the Royal Caribbean. I think that one out there is the Explorer of the Seas. The other ship is much smaller, I do not recognize, but just a little earlier on we saw a shot of those ships. So, Victor, you still have time, and I would suggest you take a cruise one of these days.
Well, no, that is an interesting factor in life, and you're so right. And the cruise ships that are in there, quite splendid, quite wonderful, and it's good that the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, we get within the season, we get good calls to the Federation of the cruise ship industry.
This one, Cathy. Looks a lot more comfortable today, Cathy, Victor.
Well, yeah, he's been there, and well, a lot much more, as you quite rightly said, more accomplished, looking more solid.
Spectator.
Spectator.
Shows across the side screen.
Yeah.
And Cathy draws away. Now he realizes that he is infringing and he trots away. So we're back with the action.
Well, these two for the Leeward Islands, they would definitely have to, first of all, overhaul the 193 and see what extensive lead they can have to really try to get the most out of this encounter.
Victor, though, you would have played cricket at local, regional level. And you would have played quite a bit. And, you know, when we play local cricket, there are no side screens.
That is true, and for a very, very long time. And a lot of times, too, as you talk about that thing, the focus was so much on, even when you're batting, you're looking to want to know, well, what the bowler is going to come with and so on. Even that is so appropriate in cricket. But then, as you quite rightly say, for a very long time, that wasn't in existence for a lot of local cricket.
Yeah, what I'm getting to, though, I'm trying to
Here
ask,
is the next picture of the cruise ship.
Yeah, there we go. We go again. That one certainly is the Explorer of the Seas, one of the Royal Caribbean fleet.
Very attractive, very attractive.
Yeah, and well, we have not seen it yet until you have seen the inside of these ships.
Well, I just taking it from the outside. We could only speak for what we're seeing.
Yeah, lots of things happen on those ships, Victor.
Well, you who have had the practical experience, I mean, you can speak about that. I mean, persons like myself will have to listen and learn.
Yeah, certainly.
No problem with that.
Yeah, so certainly. But what I was getting at, though, Victor, how much did a spectator moving across the side screen affect your batting? Was it a major distraction?
Well, not for me personally, to be quite honest, not for me personally, because yeah, it is true. But if it is probably a group, most likely. But I can't recall it and remembering to myself that if I did it, it was not on a regular basis, like drying away and so forth. Because my thing was focusing what the bowler is going to try and so forth. So a lot of things like that never used to really cross my mind as such.
Just saw a quick single there. Taken into the gully region. Good call there by both batsmen and good response also. Could have been close if there was a direct hit. This one is nicely turned into the onside up towards square, and they're going back for an easy two. So smooth sailing so far by these two batsmen. In fact, those two runs bring up the 150 runs for the Leeward Islands. 150 coming up off some 36.3 overs, and they're going at 4.11 runs per over.
Yeah, and these two, Carty and Hamilton, they have started out quite confidently, and they know that they have.
So,
They know that they have an opportunity to really compile a good partnership and also to overhaul the 193 that was scored by Guyana.
so at the end of the day, or at the start of the day, who do you say would have had the advantage if there was any?
Well, at this present moment, I would say that the Leeward Islands have had the better part of the game so far.
Well, certainly, but Guyana, they are not going to lay down and die. They are going down fighting, and there's still a lot of cricket left to be played in this match. Of course, this is only the first innings, and even if the Leeward Islands could get a lead, what Guyana would be looking to do is to try and restrict the Leeward Islands batting as much as possible, try and limit the lead. Lots of time left in the game. This is only the second morning in progress. Nicely played there for the quick single, and puts pressure on Pomal there at mid-off. He fumbled, and in the end, the single easily taken.
Well, and Casey Cat, he called early too as a strike off the ball, and Hamilton, who too is a good runner between the wickets, and that was good to see too, that the striker made the call early, and then in the end, they feel a fumble. But there's another nice picture there. We're seeing of the peak of the Nevis Mountains there in the distance, and such a good picture. And we could see also the port, the Air and Seaport, Deepwater Port there on the island of St. Kitts. And that's a good picture that we are seeing right now on the monitor.
Yeah, well, it looks a bit hazy over the Nevis, though. I've been looking at it all morning. It's not rain. It says there's some cloud about, but I don't think it's rain. And, as you go from tip to tip, from, of course, what you're seeing at one end, that's the Newcastle area, the Windward area, as we call it in Nevis, and you go right down to the extreme end, that's the Charlestown side of things. And of course, the Nevis Peak there in the center. Nicely pushed into the offside by Cathy. He looks a lot more positive today, Victor.
Yeah, he's reading the situation quite nicely, and what is good on his behalf is too that they're both getting the ones and twos in between, which is very good. So they're going good so far this morning, Cathy and Hamilton.
Not seeing much spin from.
Good line and length bowler also too.
Very patient indeed. There's a single out to mid wicket. Yes, he's a very patient bowler, and keeps bowling a good line and length, and he puts the pressure on the batsman. He's not straying from his line at all.
Yeah, a lot of wicket to wicket deliveries there.
Here we go again. Very consistent, and puts the pressure on the batsman. As the over comes to an end, it's 152 for 4.
Yeah, and immediately Hamilton meeting now Casey Cathy in the middle. They have an exchange of words, no doubt assessing the situation on hand, and we can see a few spectators on the southern end there at Warner Park in the stands, if just one or two persons there. But these two would know what work is ahead of them. But as you alluded to earlier, Earl, about first of all, the Leeward Islands surpassing the 193 that was scored by Guyana. But on the other hand, Guyana will be looking to try first of all to break this partnership. And even if the Leewards surpass the 193, no doubt they would be hoping or bowling in a way that the Leeward Islands do not get a monumental lead, and that would put them ahead in this game. But as you quite rightly said too, that there is so much time still in this second day's play. 193 is what Guyana scored when they batted first, and the Leeward Islands 152 for 4. One just played to cover and no run. So Casey Catty looking a lot much better so far. He's on 27 and has received some 83 deliveries, while Jama Hamilton is on 5 off of some 24 deliveries that he has received. But anyway, they have 3 sessions without any interruptions, these two. And he is Catty, just looking more composed.
Fourth victor for the season, but no doubt looking to get a good score here today.
Confidence too, having not had good scores thus far in this tournament. This is a very important occasion now for him to settle in, concentrate, and try to put a good score on the board.
He of course does have nice early pull there by Carty down to backward square. Just a single though. But what he did good as opposed to Joel Andrew yesterday, he went from up to down. Andrew went from down to up and gave away his hand.
Yeah, and with that dismissal of Andrew, it was so obvious that it was just a matter of time before the bowler was going to try a short pitch delivery, because if you're posting 2 men out on the deep on the leg side, it is just a matter of time before the bowler is going to try that short pitch delivery to see if he can induce the batsman into that false stroke.
Of course, we saw quite a few short pitch deliveries yesterday from Kimo Paul, looking to tempt the batsman into error. And in the end, it could be rather impetuous. Nicely played, lovely shot, 4 runs, through mid wicket, there by Hamilton. Timing was good, placement was excellent. Of course, there's a yawning gap between mid-on and the next man. Well, there's a man at a very short mid-wicket, and there was a man at the backward square. So once it had gone past the too close in fieldsman, certainly it would have run away to the boundary quite easily for 4.
Yes, it was nicely timed over this quick outfield here at Warner Park. It raced into the wide long on boundary for 4. So these two, Earl, both Hamilton and Casey Catty, they are settling in nicely, and shot selection has been spot on so far, and Catty is looking a lot much more accomplished. And well, what is good in terms of the two batsmen at the crease is that they have a full day's play ahead of them, and they have all the time to really apply themselves appropriately.
Well, they have more than a full day's play. There's virtually another 3 days play in offer. This one is vain attempt there by the man moving from cover point. And he got across quite nicely, but it eluded him and he ran away for 4. So 4 more to the score. And 4 more to Catty.
Yeah, and that carries Catty into the 30s, and he's looking a lot much more better this morning. Nice placement. Didn't try to hit it with excessive power, but the timing and placement was good. So he continues to grow in confidence.
Xavier, of course, wicketkeeper by nature, but Imlak certainly has taken over the reins of wicket-keeping for Guyana over the past couple of years. Xavier playing mainly as a batsman. So This time he's looking to drive. And we have not seen much gripping. 161 for 4. 40 overs completed.
Yeah, and that we have not really seen much spin on the ball from Pomal. He's not usually a big spinner of the ball. He's more a good line and length bowler. And the two batsmen now, Carty and Hamilton, having a bit pitch exchange of words, no doubt working out what methods would be best in this situation. Leeward Islands 161 for 4. Guyana was all out in their first innings for 193.
No ball.
Oh, here we go now with the bouncer. Rather innocuous though. Looped over the head of, in fact, it's a no ball. And a signal there by umpire. Good start.
Well, this is the first one for the morning by the Guyanese. First no ball, that is. Advances the total down to 162. The Leewards, where they have lost.
Well, not really being tempted into the hook shot. This time he picks up a single. A much better length delivery. So Hamilton seems well composed out there too.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable at the crease.
Not just comfortable, but composed. You know, sometimes Hamilton has this penchant for
A bit of anxiety.
well, not just. Cat is looking good too. So these are good signs for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, indeed. Both batsmen are looking very good, and no doubt. And Hamilton again, he does it consistently, whereby he has words with Carty. Well, that is something good. Whatever he's seeing and could advise his partner, it also enhances good fortitude towards a partnership if they can establish one.
To field.
Well, that is good that they are exchanging the strike nicely. And in between, they're getting the boundaries too. But that also gives the bowler different intentions, really, when the ones are being taken regular. You have to think about bowling most likely a different line to every particular batsman. But it will be Hamilton who would be on strike. The short of the two batsmen, obviously. And as you said too earlier, that Hamilton has been having a good run with the bat.
Now let's see what's happening here now. Someone is going down to leg slip. They would have to make an adjustment. No, this is going to be a no ball. Oh, they are aware of it now. So they are bringing the man forward of square. I think I saw this happening in I think it was the Leeward's match against Trinidad and Tobago where they were 3 behind square.
Yeah, you can't have three.
And the no ball was called. But I saw this happening recently. Don't hold me to it. It might have been another match. But I saw this happening fairly recently. Yeah. And, you know, when you go out there to play the game, you have to be cognizant of the
rules.
The rules. Go into a long leg position, and he brought the backward square into a forward square leg position on the boundary. So, man, net being placed there at leg gully, or leg slip. Hamilton is charging down, looking for a run. It's not on. As it's well fielded there by Perez. Moving smartly in from cover.
Well, they'll have to be, both batsmen will have to be careful in that aspect, because the ball also was traveling quite quickly to cover, and the fielder was doing the appropriate thing. He was attacking the ball, but in the end, all ended well for both batsmen. Hamilton is the one who will be on strike.
This one probably stopped a bit on Hamilton, or might have played a bit too early and popped it in the air for a moment. was fairly low to the ground though, and it fell well short of that fielder there.
Yeah, he went into the stroke early, and it ended safely because it didn't really anywhere close to the field at the shot mid-off. But this is a consistent pattern of these two batsmen, where after each over they're having those short bursts of conversations. But going well this morning, both Carty and Hamilton for the Leewards. Carty is now 23 of 94 deliveries, and Hamilton has 10 of 31.
Shelley Carty is 33 as opposed to 23.
33.
Yeah, he started the day on 20. So he's 33 from 94 deliveries. So he has been there for quite some time, and what you'd want to do is to make use of the investment. I would call it an investment because he certainly would have invested in terms of time spent at the crease, as Savory is fielding there at cover point. So he certainly would want to make the most of this situation he is in. He has had a good start to the morning's play. He has added some 13 runs to his ball. As we look at that once more. This one is steered down towards the third man boundary. And he picks up 4. So good batting there by young Casey Carty. Just getting it between slip and point and down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, a little wide off his off stump, and he just played it with delicate, soft hands. And
so far, his patience has borne him fruit. 37 from 99. Make it 38 from 100, which would mean that his strike rate is 38. Not a very productive strike rate, but nevertheless he's still there.
that's the most important thing. He is there and looking so much more accomplished this morning, and has a very good opportunity to just keep going. 169 it is for 4, the Leewards. Guyana in their first innings just scored 193. They were all out. So the Leewards just trailing now by some 24 runs thereabout. And another change of bowling from this northern end, be the center end.
Yes, it's Nedo comes into the attack. His academy. He picked up 6 wickets in the match being played there against the combined campuses and colleges. But he came into this round of games already picking up some 21 wickets, so he has moved on to 27 wickets. So
very good bowling.
Young Bishop has had a very good season so far.
Yeah, that's very good. And taking 6 wickets in that innings, that's exceptionally well.
Yeah, similar bowler, Ned, left arm, orthodox leg spin. And he will go in now to bowl to Casey Carty. Starts well, starts on target, and it's pushed into the offside. But, you know, these spinners, they've been doing quite well this season. Well, as per season, over the years we have had the spinners being the more productive. This one is down the onside. Stumps broken by Imlak. Pierre, of course, he tops the list. He came into this round with 31 wickets. And he would have picked up a couple wickets there. 2 wickets so far. He has gone on to 33. Pamal, he's on 26 wickets. He's in this match. And Jomel Warikon, another left armer. Ima in the top 5 is Ali Mohammed of Guyana, who is in this match. And he has picked up 1 wicket so far. So he has gone on to 21 wickets in this year's tournament so far.
So the spin bowlers have been the dominant factor in this tournament really overall they have been.
They have been, and if we look at the records over the years, certainly spin bowlers, they have done very well at regional level. And we know our batsmen over the years, the senior West Indies batsmen, they have struggled against spin internationally. And our spinners continue to do well.
Keep going, man.
So,
Keep going there, boy.
while we can in Pakistan, out bowling, even though the pitches were doctored there in Pakistan to suit the Pakistanis. We saw Joel Warwick out bowling the Pakistani spinners and doing well, very well there on that two test match tour to Pakistan, which ended in a 1-1 situation. West Indies winning the last test match.
Yeah, and that was a good series for the West Indies in terms of how they applied themselves, how they played, and it was very good of Warrakan's spell also too. But upon what the spin bowlers have been achieving in West Indies regional for the cricket, it really gives that indication that the players have been more vulnerable against the spinners. But then, as you quite rightly said, going on into Pakistan, they coped well and they played very well, the West Indies, and
Keep going, man.
came out outstanding.
Well, I won't go as far as to say they played very well because they had their problems against the spin bowlers. But in the end, what happened is that in the last match especially, they outplayed Pakistan at their own game, which showed some fortitude and good resilience by the West Indian players. And they certainly would have gained some experience and confidence from that particular tour. But the thing is that our players continue to struggle against spin. This one turned up to square for a single by Hamilton. And Schooner was gone on to 170 for 4. So the question is, do we really have a problem playing spin these days, Victor? Of course, we know you are renowned as a good batsman against spin. But was there any spin bowler that really gave you problems, Victor? Edged, going down to third man, this should be 4.
Yes, and it is 4. And I thought it was still all along the ground, though. There was not a chance really going to hand.
No, it was in the air.
It was in the air? Okay.
Momentarily.
But he didn't get a hand to it, though.
No, he did not. It went rather quickly and fell just short and slightly to the right of the slip fielder Anderson. And ran away quickly for 4. But what is happening to Victor? It's now 174 for 4. And the Leewards are just 19 runs adrift of the Guyanese total.
Oh, lovely, lad. Lovely.
Yeah, and as these two really, Hamilton and Carty, came out this morning and have applied themselves quite good for the Leeward Islands, 174 for 4. But speaking of the spinners, as the question you asked me, a lot of times it would have depended on the nature of the pitch at that particular moment, and if persons were big spinners of the ball, it was always going to be a great challenge. Challenges at those particular instances. But what I find with a lot of the players who know playing spin bowling, if you have that enough time, Earl, to be waiting to play forward defensive, if you have the confidence, you should be able to at least take a chip. And even if you cannot get a boundary, get a single. But I find a lot of times that players will just be waiting for that extra frighted probably delivery and just play a defensive stroke.
Ned will continue. 174 for 4. And Ned in his second over Hamilton is on 11. He has been rather sedate, but has not been troubled by any of the bowlers. Carty is looking better and better. He's on 42. Added 22 runs from his overnight score. And in the other matches, Victor, going on around the region. Barbados, they have lost a wicket for the morning. They're now 125 for 6. In reply to 186 made by the Windward Islands. And if I could just quickly look at the score board. Mears did not add to his overnight score. He was 40 not out, so he's the wicket to go this morning. I noticed though, Victor, there's a bit of cloud cover about, and condition seems to be changing ever so slightly. And we're hoping that continues to the weather continues to be good.
Yeah, well, the sun has left us momentarily. It has gotten a little overcast, but it doesn't appear like any immediate threat of rain at this moment. It has just gone overcast, and we would hope that it would be like that for the remaining of the day. Well, not overcast, but come back to normal conditions. But
so Windward's 186, Barbados 125 for 6.
so Windwards are fighting back well there in that sense in terms of the wicket columns.
Yes, they are fighting back. They have picked up some 6 wickets.
Yeah.
And of course, in the other match, of course, you know, the match in Trinidad and Tobago, that's a day-night match. So that match continues at just about 1 o'clock as we look at the skies there. It's a bit on the grey side.
Yeah, it looks that way.
And as I look out towards Nevis too, it seems as though there might be a bit of a drizzle in that area. It seems to be a bit more than just just to tell you that Trinidad and Tobago against Jamaica, that's a day-night match, so the situation remains the same. Jamaica 274 for 6 from the overnight position. That match continues at around 1 p.m. today. And in the other match, held at the St. Augustine campus there, the combined campuses and colleges, they made 238, and the West Indies Academy, they're doing fairly well. They're 59 for 1. And they would have lost their first wicket yesterday, so they have not lost a wicket for the day's play. And Beaky Joseph is on 36 not out, and Nathan Edwards from St. Martin, of course, he's 9 not out. And I wonder if that's Nathan Edwards' regular. This one is swung over long off for 6. Why this long off for 6 by Hamilton, and the first maximum of the day. So just opening up his shoulders and swinging Pamal over long off. There's no long off in place. There's a mid-on in place. And he swung Pamal over the long off area for 6. Good shot, Victor.
Yeah, and indeed, Hamilton picked up that delivery quite quickly, which Pamal left a little longer in flight.
181 for 4, inching closer to that 192 driven on the bounce there to Sinclair. Extra cover, and he can't score. So some aggression being shown there by Hamilton. Winners picked up Victor, which is a good sign. Probably here's another drive. This time out to Savory, who fumbles a bit at cover and allows the batsman a run.
Yes, the wind has gotten a lot stiffer coming from east to west across the ground here at Warner Park, but still overcast conditions at the present moment. But these two, Hamilton and Cathy, going very good so far. They're came out, and we can look now and see that picture there is showing us there is that grey cloud in the distance. So we might just possibly get some sort of rain during the course of the day. We cannot be certain, but looking at the grey areas there,
That's Nevis, of course.
yes.
That's in the distance, and I think it's more haze than rain. There might have been a bit of drizzle as I look towards Charlestown. Seems as though there might be a bit of a drizzle there, but fingers crossed. Nicely worked into the onside by Hamilton. They're through for the first one very quickly and gets the second one rather easily. So runs coming a lot more freely now.
Yeah, and the good thing about the runs coming freely is that their shot selection, both Hamilton and Carty, is being spot on, and they've been taking the ones and the twos and running good between the wickets.
Hamilton, it's time to mid on.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hamilton now moves on to 21 from some 46 deliveries, so he is picking up.
The emergency fieldsman Lock North is on the field. He's at mid-on, and he fielded the previous delivery. Just looking around to see who might be off. I'm not seeing Kimo Paul. He might be the one off at the moment. Richie Lock North. Defended there by Hamilton and inching close to victory, just 9 runs away from the first innings total scored by the Guyana team. Nicely driven, and it goes up towards long off. You would have said earlier, Victor, you would have said that these two would be hoping to take the Leeward Islands to the 193 runs scored by Guyana, and they have brought it very close at the moment, just some 8 runs away. So this is good going here by these two.
Yeah, very good, and the shot selection and the accumulations of the ones and twos, picking up the loose deliveries, and we've seen Hamilton already getting a 6 so far in his innings. He's now going to get a little assistance from one of the emergency fielders. Yes, he's just going to mop his brow.
Yeah, so Leeward's really dominating here so far. They have not been bothered by any means by the Guyanese bowlers, and inching towards that 193 runs. And just look at the scoreboard a bit. These two, they're building a decent partnership, and they would have come together with the score 131. So this one is played up towards extra cover, just a single. So 131, Victor. You're a better mathematician than I am. So you do the maths. The score is now 186. Oh, come on, Victor. My grandson would have given me that figure a long time ago, and he's only 6. They came together with the score 131. It's now 186, so they have now added some 55 runs and make it a 59, as that one is struck away for 4 by Carty.
Yes, very important partnership, most valuable, and I think also to both Carty and Hamilton, they has gone about their duties this morning in a very composed and good selection process.
190 for 4. They have been very comfortable to Pamal. Pamal probably a major threat to the Windward Islands in terms of the Guyanese attack. Driven and driven nicely and driven for 4. Wonderful shot out to cover. My word. Well played. Going past Sinclair, who is stationed there at extra cover. To the left of Sinclair. And he dived across, attempting a save. But the ball eluded him and ran away nicely for 4.
Yeah, it was powerfully struck too, and the timing was superb. So Cathy is really showing and growing more in confidence, and we can see that replay. Nice measure to it, even though there was a valiant attempt at cover.
What that has done that has brought up the 50 for Cathy from some 115 deliveries.
So very well played, Casey Cathy. But he, as you quite rightly said, the investment has paid off very good so far. He will just need to continue in that vein. That's Casey Cathy. Well played.
So Cathy, he has looked good. He's batted well. Fending well here. This has been a good solid knock by Cathy. And realize that, you can only make runs out there in the middle. And yes, he was very slow yesterday, but the good thing is that he's back today. And he has a whole day ahead of him. And he has gotten a half century and would be looking to go on to bigger things. I don't think he would be satisfied with just a half century. He would be looking at something much bigger.
Yeah, he should not be satisfied with just a half century. And what's going to be also interesting to further this partnership now is about extending the lead. That's the Leeward Islands, from the Leeward Islands point of view.
Well, they do have a lead now. It's a 1-run lead. And Guyana, of course, would be looking to restrict the scoring rate as much as possible. And, of course, Victor Windies, 2 teams met here last year. It was Leeward's nice shot, again by Hamilton, but there's a fielder in place on the long-off boundary. That's Niall Smith. We have not seen him yet in the attack for the day. And just a single.
Yeah, and Hamilton too, he continues to grow in confidence, both batsmen, but Hamilton is the non-striker at the moment. But very well played, Casey Cathy.
So Ned. So Leeward's ahead now. The current rate is pretty good still, 4.2 runs for over.
Another run for, the batsmen are going to look for 2. They should get it easily in the end, and they do. So Cathy continues to grow in confidence and gets another 2 to his score. And the Leewards now leading by some 8 runs. Guyana, they scored 193 all out.
Yes, I was speaking earlier of Leeward's defeat in Guyana last year, right here at Warner Park. And in 2024, that match played in February last year, February the 14th to the 16th. And he's looking to force, but gets it just as far as backward point and can't beat the fielder.
And that encounter started on my birthday.
Oh, well.
Coincidence?
A coincidence. That was last year, of course. And the Leewards would have won the toss and elected to bat. And Leewards won that encounter by some 6 wickets. So Leeward Islands batting force 352 from 99.2 overs. Mackay Louis getting 113 and Jamal Hamilton 77. Rakeem Cornwall 54. And Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, as we look at the mound there where some cars are parked. Normally that section host the party stand when there's CPL and T20 international matches.
Yeah,
That section would host the party stand.
yeah, that's on the eastern side of the ground here at Warner Park. Yes.
They have a fowl there, and
Some sort of food
the
might be out
chicken.
there, I think.
Well, they do seem to frequent Warner Park, the pigeons and the chickens. They have a tendency, in fact, as we look out now, we can see a few pigeons out there.
Oh, yes, they're on the field of play.
They do frequent Warner Park, so there must be a lot of grass seeds around for the birds to devour. And this one is pushed up to extra cover for single. Just to continue on that match, Victor, Guyana replied with 188 from 57.3 overs with Ronaldo Ali Mohammed getting 41 and Pamal, who is in the attack right now, 34. Kevin Sinclair got 29. And Leeward Islands, Jeremiah Louis would have picked up 3 for 42 and Daniel Durham 4 for 40. And Leeward's in reply 295. Oh, quick single here, and in the end, taken quite easily.
But good quick calling too by Casey Catty. From the time he was even leaning forward into the stroke, he was calling Hamilton early, and Hamilton usually be a quick runner between the wicket, where both of them, they have a good coordination from that aspect too. So
Ali Mohammed, the fielder, he picked up but did not throw it down, realized the batsmen were home, so it's a good run in between these two. Just to continue for that match, Durham picked up 4 for 40 and Jeremiah Lewis 3 for 42. Punched up to extra cover for a single by Hamilton. Brings up the 200 for the Leewards, 200 for 4. This comes from 49.5 overs. One delivery left in this over.
Keep going, keep going, keep going,
Hamilton
boy.
has moved on to 26. He has been having a good season so far. He's gotten runs. So in that match in 2024, as this one is stayed nicely to backward point, quick single, and one more to the score. So in that match last year, Leeward's batting a second time, 295 from 69.4 overs, and Mikhail Louis getting his second 100 of the match, 130. Casey Carty 34. And then Kevlin Anderson with his medium pacers, he picked up 5 for 57. We have not seen him bowl in this match so far. Ali Mohammed, he picked up 2 for 66. And Guyana chasing a Muhammad total. I think it was some 473 runs. They were bundled out for 186 from 84.3 overs with Tajnareen Shandipal getting 47, Kevlin Anderson 26, and Kemal Savory 24. Pamal, in fact, got 30. Perez 23 and Kevin Sinclair 23. Akeem Cornwell got 6 for 61. And Daniel Doors 2 for 48. And the last year, of course, Imlak was not a part of this unit. Kevlin Anderson was the captain, and Kemal Savory was the wicketkeeper. Both players in this game. Good bit of fielding there by number 85. That's Nandu, Matthew Nandu. He has not had much work to do so far in this match. Prevents a run. Seems to be clearing up slightly, Victor, but
yes,
could still see, a fairly heavy cloud hovering over the boardwalk area. Stayed nicely down to third man. That's a good shot by Casey Carty. That's 4. Just open the face of the bat and just steered it. Quicker one from the bowler. Steered it nicely down to the third man boundary for 4. That's a wonderful shot.
Yeah, he just used the pace of the ball. Even it had a bit of bounce on it, but he got over it nicely, and he didn't try to hit it with power. He just used the timing and the pace of the ball, and earned himself 4 good-looking runs. He advances his score onto 58. So Casey Carty looking so much more in command.
I'm in the signs here for the Guyanese team. These 2 players building a lead, looking very comfortable. And these 2 players, they will have gotten a start. So Ned completes another over. And see the Water Cat going onto the field. We've had the first hours play. And Victor, we are going to take a drinks break also.
Spinning.
Well, we're back with the action here at Warner Park. And immediately after the drinks break, we're going to see a bowling change from the far end, Kevin Sinclair comes into the attack. And he would be bowling to Jamal Hamilton, who is on 26.
Going CJ.
He's cutting it and missing immediately. So, spin from the far end, once more replacing Pomal. We've not seen, well, we've seen Ned and Pomal operating in tandem so far. Nicely worked up to long on for a single by Hamilton. Victor, we've had a good look at the pitch so far. We've had one completed innings, and so far this innings is in the 52nd over. And we have not seen much whip on this particular track. We have not seen too much lateral movement either. What we have seen, and here is a spectator strolling across the side screen. I don't want to think he's a groundsman.
That will be.
Play held up a bit. My goodness. You would think that, you know, being around the game for these years, people will know better. So, but Victor, we have not seen much lateral movement on this pitch so far. We have seen bounce, we have seen good carry. Your assessment of this track, Victor?
Yeah, well, from the spinners being part from Hayden Walsh, who is the right arm spinner, who he got a fair amount of bounce out of it, but otherwise, even Cornwall, who not usually is a big spinner, the ball too, and the Palmal, who also too. So we have not seen much in that sense, whereby from the spinners, whereby the ball has been spinning to a great deal. It's more good line and length bowling, the deliveries, but these two continue to do well for the Leeward Islands, Hamilton and Casey Carty.
We've seen a lot of medium pacers.
Yes.
Though, but in terms of lateral movement, seam movement, we have not seen much of that.
Yeah, what we have seen on a consistent basis was the consistent bunks and the effort when the fast bowlers made those efforts, what they got out of the surface, and they got some good results. But a good valuable partnership which earns now for the Leeward Islands 76. So, you know, that these two are going along well, and once they can continue in that vein, that will be very good. 207 now it is for 4. Carty and Hamilton.
But just to get back to the pitch though, Victor, would you say that so far this one has played like the typical, as this one is played nicely out to backward point for single? Would you say though that this is a typical Warner Park track?
Well, this one in particular, where this match is being played now between Guyana and the Leeward Islands, it showed a difference to me in terms of the consistent bunks for the pacers, what they got out of it instead of it.
Well, in fact, Akimo Paul is back on the field as he feels that one, but the single easily taken.
Yeah, the more consistent pattern than the surface is, whereby from day one, we did not see that in this encounter here as what we would have seen in previous matches at Warner Park on day one, where it was straightforward right away. You see immediately.
Nicely steered into the offside for another single. Batting looks a lot easy
at this present moment
on this track. The bowlers, they're not getting much out of it. We have seen, well, Singley only had the 1 over just after the water break. Pomal has been taken out of the attack. Ned is in his 7th over. He has been steady, just conceding some 15 runs, but they have not. None of the spinners have really posed any threat to any of the batsmen so far. These two are well set as netherbots. Sun really out in its glory, although there's still some clouds about. Driven and well fielded.
Getting the accommodative bounce on that occasion too.
That's good work there at cover. And it's Sinclair who did a good bit of work there, preventing any run. Sinclair seems to be fielding in every position on the field. Very much of an all-round cricketer. We've seen him at backward square on the boundary. We've seen him at slips. We've seen him at extra cover. We've seen him at short mid-wicket. Versatile fieldsman. Flashed into the offside. Just a single though. To Hamilton. So we've had another completed over. 53 overs gone. 211 for 4, the Leewards. And they now lead by some 18 runs.
You never know. Keep going, boys.
79 runs probably is the lead.
No, Victor. 79 runs probably the
partnership. The partnership, yeah. But I will speak a bit more about the pitch here at Warner Park in between deliveries.
Sinclair. Nice push into the offside. An easy single.
Yeah. Historically, Warner Park was the nature of the pitches were more suitable for batsmen, but
Keep going.
I know, Victor, I'm sure you would have played matches with Andy Roberts here at Warner Park.
yeah, but saying about that too, as the nature was always more in favor of batsmen. In regional cricket, he has been more successful here at the same Warner Park surface. So that was an exceptional bowler in that sense too, but he definitely, knowing the conditions at Warner Park, knew how hard he and the efforts that he would have had to put into it to get those results that he finally gotten in his regional career. And in his regional career, he had his best performances right here at Warner Park.
Yes, I did mention Andy Roberts because he always did very well here at Warner Park. When he bowled at Warner Park, when other bowlers struggled at Warner Park, whether it was at Leeward Islands level or regional level, Andy Roberts always did well at Warner Park. And groundsman Vincent Deming at that time will tell you that, you know, if you bend your back, you could get something out of it.
Well, and it was evident in the sense that Andy Roberts proved him right, and he did well. And at the end of his career, he was such an illustrious one of our greater fast bowlers the West Indies have produced.
I think one of the quicker spells I've seen Ambrose bowl was right here at Warner Park some years ago, a regional match against Jamaica. I think it was the same year when he broke into the West Indies team. And he certainly bowled quickly that afternoon against Jamaica here, and he would have picked up a number of wickets. And probably one of the quickest spells I would have seen him bowl. That's Curtly Ambrose.
Oh yeah, that's what, and he was. So Curtly Ambrose was so immaculate in terms of his consistent line and length, and more batsmen at the test level they took more opportunities at going after Walsh because Ambrose was so tight that they were.
Net continues, and this one is a swung over, wideish long on, and it goes all the way, and it goes for 6. Oh, that's a belligerent shot there by Jamal Hamilton. He he really plunged into that one, gave it the full treatment, and the 6 more to Hamilton.
Yeah, and Hamilton has been using his shot selection quite appropriately and quite well. It was a delivery that Ned left a little longer in flight. Hamilton picked it up early and he executed it nicely over the wide long arm boundary for another 6. I think this is his second 6 so far in the innings.
Second 6.
His
yes.
second 6, yeah, Hamilton. Yeah.
Score's gone on to 20 for 4, so the lead building. 27 it is.
Yes, and indeed, and such a valuable lead and a most valuable partnership, which is 87.
Track is still a very good one, though, and
Oh yeah.
I know the Leewards would like to get a bigger lead as possible.
Well, that is very important, and this is just the first session on day 2. It's a 4-day encounter, so the Leewards and especially these two, even
Good work there.
yeah, good diving
in,
stop.
in the covers, preventing any run. And it looks, of course, like Sinkley in action this time. Just the one slip in place for Ned. Looking at the trees though, Victor, the breeze certainly seemed to have picked up quite a bit.
Well, also too, the weather has cleared up quite good too. Bright sunny day once again here at Warner Park. And
Oh, there's an appeal. He was looking to flick into the onside.
going down the leg side.
Might have taken him on the pad. We'll have a further look at that one. It's a stifled appeal really from the Guyanese players.
Yeah,
And as we look at it,
going down.
well, let's take a look at it, Victor. Oh, missing leg stump by a
Yeah.
long way.
And look at the wicketkeeper who was moving also down the leg side. So, but these two having this valuable partnership, Hamilton and Carty, they would need to go deep into this innings and per se, which from a Leeward Islands point of view, they would hope that these two can go deep. But if one of them should get out, one would have to even continue in a long vein with the oncoming batsmen to really extend upon the lead and really put themselves in a position where they can go for an outright win. But still a lot of time left in this 4-day encounter, so we could never tell what the future may bring.
Massive partnership so far, 89 runs. They were thinking of a run there, but decided against it. So 89-run partnership between these two so far.
It's very good.
Casey Carty is on 62 and Hamilton is on 37. And here's the 90th run in the partnership, as this one is played just slightly backward of square on the offside by Carty.
Well, and both batsmen will know each other quite well in terms of the cricket aspect of things.
Well, they have been playing for Leewards for quite a number of years together, these two. So they would know each other quite well.
Come back, sorry.
Picking up another single there, 2-2. My good friend, umpire Shepherd, would be standing on one leg.
Yes, it was so familiar, and also when it reached 1-1-1, he had that scenario, and he did serve cricket well as an officiator and umpire internationally.
Speaking of umpires, Victor, from the list of elite umpires, he's no longer on the elite list for ICC. Nicely played up to long on, which means that He would now be no longer. He's a quick single, as there was some fumbling out there by the fielder.
Interesting.
And the batsman quickly seized upon the opportunity. That was Perez. He seemed to be playing around out there and Milan with the ball.
And the batsman
In
recognizing
fact,
that.
looking to throw the ball, got away from him, eluded him, and went behind him, and seized the opportunity to take an extra run.
Yes, and that was also good thinking between both batsmen, going along nicely. Partnership now 93 runs between Carty and Hamilton, and having knowing too that how important it is for them to just keep batting, waiting for their loose deliveries, still exchanging the ones and twos, and they have done it so exceptionally well so far. These two, Carty and Hamilton, they're now having a mid-pitch exchange of words, and no doubt assessing what is the best way forward to continue this partnership and to extend the lead that the Leeward Islands now have here against Guyana.
So 143 for 4 when they started the day, 224, and that's which means they would have added some 81 runs. And here's Hamilton going big again and going over Whitish long on, and it's another 6.
So Hamilton really extending his arms, and that will be his third 6 so far in the innings this morning. And he's really, he has picked up the delivery that Ned has left a little longer in flight. We could say that at the monitor. So he is picking up those deliveries that Ned is leaving a little longer in flight and really hammering it over longer for 6.
230 for 4. So very good partnership indeed. 99 runs between these two so far.
Very good. Very, very good.
1 run to bring up that 100 partnership, and this has been excellent going by these two. Tempted to say two Anguillians. Of course, Casey Carty is St. Martin, Dutch by birth. His father, of course, from Anguilla. His father, Keith Carty, himself very much involved in cricket. Very good commentator. Say good morning to Keith Carty. I'm pretty certain he would be viewing this broadcast.
Oh yes, obviously. I would like to also believe so too, and pleasant good day to him also.
Also, a very good baker, I'm told.
A very good Calypsonian too.
And a very good Calypsonian.
Yeah, so he's a man of many caps.
Man of many caps, yes. Driven, but straight back to Ned, who feels to his own bowling. So, Casey Carty's father would have followed him quite, regularly. In fact, I'll tell you, Victor, he's flashing it, and it's going down to backward point for single. I'll tell you that every time he seems to travel for a match for Casey Carty, it seems as though he would have not done too well. He would have failed.
Yeah, a lot of time.
At one point, I told him he needs to stay away from the matches.
Well, that factor can be proven right now too. Now that he have stayed away, Carty is coming. Casey, that is batting well. But that brings up the 100 partnership. Well played between Jamal Hamilton and Casey Carty, and also too Cardigan Connor, who has been very instrumental in terms of development of cricket between those islands, and more so specifically Anguilla. He might also be inclined and be looking at this present moment too, and would be very pleased because he would have had a great emphasis in terms of these two players out there in the middle as youngsters coming up and around cricket. And he's also a good person in terms of his expertise in cricket. So a good day to Cardigan Connor there in Anguilla if you're viewing. Pleasant good day. And to all of our viewers also on Anguilla and St. Martin and throughout the region.
Don't know how much time Cardigan O'Connor would have to view cricket at this point. Of course, played cricket in England, played county cricket. Good fast bowler. But nowadays, Cardigan O'Connor is a minister of government.
Yeah, so he has.
He's a politician.
Yeah, so he would be. He'll have to do the government business.
I think one of his responsibilities is sports also. He's a quick single. So very much involved down in Anguilla, of course. Anguilla just having elections and just having a change of government, and now a female in charge of the affairs of Anguilla.
Well, carry on himself too, as when he was in also commentary, was a very good analysis, good broadcaster himself, and now taking on a different role, where he's a politician, as you quite rightly said. Is this more runs, 4 runs?
4 runs, 4 runs. Swung away by Carty down to the fine leg boundary, and Sinclair strain in line. Badly line delivery just outside the leg stump, and Carty is well entrenched now. He's well set. He swung it away down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, and that is what you have to do after spending so much time at the crease. Anything loose, he will be picking up things quite nicely, and they have done so. Even so, super magnificent this morning is Casey Carty, really on strike.
The building, it's now 43 runs. Guyana really up against it at this point. Lots of time left in this game. Victor, we are only in the second day.
Yeah, and still on the first session of the second day of this 4-day encounter, and really, it is good though that whereby we see Earl that level of communication consistently between the two batsmen out there in the middle too. After almost every over, they meet with each other and discuss their plans and so forth. So this also, which enhance the growth of the partnership, which is now 104, so going along quite nicely.
43-run lead. And Hamilton, he is 4 runs short of what would be a well-played 50. Struck a couple of sixes, in fact 3 sixes. Gets this one down to long on and goes to 47 with that shot.
Yeah, I like too how Hamilton is has gone about this inning so far. He has not used any indiscretions. His timing has been good. His shot selection is good, and even more significant, his running between the wicket has always been consistent. So, well, these two in particular.
So far, this session has gone all. This one is dabbed down to third man. It should run away for 4. So more runs here for the Leewards, more runs for Casey Carty. He goes into the 70s with that shot, and he goes to 73.
Yeah, and that was nicely timed. It was a delivery pitch just on or about outside the off stump, and he just used the pace and just guided it nicely down to third man and got himself another boundary, and he raced on now to 73. Good innings by Casey Carty so far, so just will have to continue.
Certainly his scoring rate has picked up. He started the morning on 20 exactly, not 23. So he would have added some 53 runs this morning. Hamilton started the day on 3. He has added some 44 runs. So these two certainly have stepped up the tempo today. And it's obvious that when Carty batted yesterday, he was intent on coming into the second day's play not out. And certainly we have seen him, he has really made the attempt to up his scoring rate. He has been picking up singles, he has scored boundaries. So this has been a good solid knock by Carty so far. Fixing to the onside. That should run away for 4. Anderson is not going to get that one. 4 more to Carty.
Yes, and nicely timed again by Casey Carty. Just hitting it wide of even though they was so good by Casey Carty, and really looking very, very good. And no doubt not should not just be settling for 100 if he gets there, but at this present moment, there is nothing that have really presented any difficulty for him, and if he continue in that vein, he can definitely get to that mark. And also, on the other hand, though, Hamilton uh, using good shot selection and collectively, this is a most valuable partnership now, which is 112 runs between these two. And really, it's good to see that both batsmen have placed value on their wicket.
We've already seen one batsman for the Leewards. Oh, good work there by Sinclair. In fact, it's a no ball. Spin bowler bowling a no ball.
Wow.
So one more to the score. So we've already seen Louis giving it up for 73 yesterday. Really threw it away. And driven powerfully 4 runs. Through extra cover by Hamilton. Brings up his 50. So he goes to 51 with that shot. And 51 coming from 84 balls with 2 fours and 3 sixes. Strike rate of 60.71. So good work there by Hamilton.
Yeah, very well played innings by Jamal Hamilton. Super magnificent knock. Timing superb. Shot selection on par. Running between the wickets. Excellent. Both batsmen. And really good. And he needs to also carry on. He has gotten to 50, but still would need to carry on. Still placing value on his wicket.
Drives again. This could be another boundary. Yes, it goes across the boundary. Beats Savory into the boundary. This time more into the cover region as opposed to the extra cover region. And he picks up another 4.
And what I'm also seeing when Hamilton batting, Earl, he has matured over the years. Yes, he has played a lot of Leeward Islands tournament and regional cricket and had opportunity at the international level. And we are now seeing a great improvement in his batting methods, whereby he's using good shot selection and his timing is on immaculately. So it's a great improvement all around with his batting.
Speaking of improvements, one shot he seemed to have cut out. He had this way of backing away to the off spinner.
Yes.
And looking to force into the offside. I've not seen him done it today. He is more runs as it goes down to fine leg for another boundary. So this has been a very expensive over so far. 3 consecutive boundaries to Hamilton. And he's really advancing the Leeward Islands scorecard at a very brisk rate.
Yeah, and that was a most valuable observation by you, Earl, because I used to recognize he used to do a lot of that backing away to leg and trying to really cut, and most of the times either losing his half stump or clean or caught and slip. But he's
4 runs there. In fact, that was another 4.
Wow.
This time on the pads and flicked into the outside. Same direction as the previous shot. So 4 more.
Well, sometimes before we could conclude our conversation now, instead of catches is boundaries. You remember yesterday we had 1 or 2 incidents, especially when Cornwall got the wicket and saying he was a high percentage wicket taker. But Jamal Hamilton, his execution is good and timing is on. And really very expensive over. Their partnership now 128. Wow.
He's now 163.
Wow, he's getting...
And the lead has gone on to 69.
Yeah, so very good.
Down the leg side once more. This time, the keeper is in action.
Probably the bowler got away with that one.
As Hamilton missed that one. So things clearing up nicely, Victor.
Yeah, otherwise,
see
yeah,
a lot more blue skies at the moment.
That's right.
That haze over Nevis seemed to have cleared up considerably.
Yeah, we are seeing it from our advantage point. We are seeing it much more clear in that distance.
Lovely, well ball, man.
So, very expensive over comes to an end. 17 runs from that over. He started with a no ball. And then this was followed by 4 consecutive boundaries struck by Hamilton. 2 extra cover and 2 down to fine leg.
Yes, 262 it is for 4. And really, Jamal Hamilton getting close to Casey Carty too. He's 63, while Casey Carty is 77. But very valuable partnership. 120.
131.
Kevlar off. The reason.
131. Yes, sir.
They have doubled the score. They came together with the score on 131.
Yes.
So they have doubled the score, these two, with that partnership.
Real excellent partnership between these two, and this is a very, very valuable partnership. And
Well, we see a bowling change about to take place, and Pomal is coming back. He's coming back from the media center end. Previously, yesterday afternoon, he would have had the one over from the far end, or the Lozak Road end, or the police station end. And I hope my good friend in Nevis is listening. And if you want to say the Basti Harbour end, there's so many names you could call that.
the southern end.
The southern end, of course.
So much references can be made to that end.
Yeah, I just want to remind my partner that I'm very familiar with Warner Park. I've played cricket here. I've lived in St. Kitts for most of my life.
That is really humorous to me. I really have to laugh.
I've looked at a lot of cricket here at Warner Park. Of course, Pomal bowls his first delivery, but of course we are fortunate, Victor, in that we here in St. Kitts Nevis, we have the best of both worlds. We have Nevis, we have St. Kitts, two very beautiful islands. And as you know, I'm from Nevis originally. Live in St. Kitts for most of my life. So I've really enjoyed the best of both worlds over the years.
Well, yes, you're the one who can speak so eloquently about that, and no one can dispute your analysis and so forth. And I totally in agreement with you. But ever so often, and you know, Earl, what happens a lot too is that, and what I find a lot too in doing commentary.
Oh, a little. Well, in the end, they decided against it.
Most of the times, persons who will make a comment either to yourself or me, they mostly will come with a negative at first more than a positive. But at the same time, we're not looking out for any of those things, because most of the times...
Oh, here is Scotty playing in the...
Is it?
Yeah, gets away with it though.
Gee, careful.
There was Scotty looking to give it up. Was charging the bowler, and in fact took one hand off the bat. And we look at it again, Victor. He charging, never seemed to have gotten to the pitch of that one, but
No.
carried through with the shot and took the right hand off. And it skied in the air down towards Niall Smith, who was coming off the widest long off boundary, and it dropped well before it got to Smith. So a bit of a fault shot there by Casey Carty, who is now on 78.
And actually the first one in his innings, to my recollection of that, in terms of a foul stroke. But at this particular moment, to being set in that aspect, and we saw yesterday where Michael Louis too got a good start, and then it looks better or more appropriate if a bowler really deceive you when you have done all that hard work, especially like what Carty, how he started yesterday, he invested and now it paid off, but then let the bowlers earn it, man. Don't really.
Well, to be quite honest, I think the bowler might have earned that also. I think,
Okay, all right.
I think
The flighted delivery.
Pomal probably saw him coming and held it back a bit
Okay.
and deceived him in flight. And in the end, it was a bit too late for him to pull out of the shot. But fortunately for him, he did not get much bat onto it. He took the right hand away, the top one away. And although he skied it in the air, it was far from any fielder. But I would give the bowler some credit there also.
Well, what I liked about that analysis there, Earl, but ever too often and consistent, not yourself or me in particular, but in a general listening audience, most of the times bowlers do not get what they deserve at times, and I think you're right on that aspect, whereby the bowler deserve the credit in that aspect. It's not always the batsman playing a foul shot. The bowler can put the batsman into playing a foul shot, so it was a good delivery.
Yes, but having said that to Cathy, perhaps realizing that he might not have been fully to the pitch, he could have probably tried to block it also, you know. So
There was also an alternative in that sense. Where,
but certainly he seemed to have been deceived by the bowler. We see
good.
Ali Mohammed coming on from the far end for the first time today. And
But you're right. You're right.
he will be operating with a slip and a gully. You could almost describe the gully Anderson. No, in fact, that's Sinclair. More of a fourth slip position. Starts with one wide of the off stump. And he has a third man back on the boundary. There's cover point sweeping or a deep point right back on the boundary. Then there's a backward point. There's a orthodox cover, extra cover, wideish mid-off, mid-on. Predominantly offside field. And he is fumbling there and therefore for the run.
Yeah, and a quick run indeed. So collectively, Earl, in this partnership between these two, what has inspired you most of all about the partnership between Carty and Hamilton?
Well, I think the players are the ones who would be inspired. But the thing is, what I would say though is that they've shown a good of game awareness. There are a lot of game awareness. They've shown good of game awareness, and they have allowed themselves a chance in that they have settled in nicely, judged the pace and bounce of the pitch before they have gone for their shots, and they're well entrenched at the moment. And they came here this morning with the score 143, and they're still together outside the off stump. 143, which means that they have put on some 121 runs for the day so far, and this has been very good for the Leeward Islands. Unbroken stand today, 123 runs, and they have given Leewards a good lead at this point, lead up to cover, and straight to Perez, who fields, and there's no run. So partnership of 133 between these two. And then not only that, they have progressed the score for the Leewards quite nicely. And they've taken them past the 193 runs, and it's now 264, which means that the Leeward Islands now have a lead of 71 runs.
Yeah, and you covered it superbly there. I'm greatly impressed with how they, at the start of the second day's play, how they both applied themselves and went about continuation deep into this second day's play, first session, and really ran between the wickets well. Shot selection was on. Apart from the deceiving delivery that Palmer brought to Carty, and outside of that though, all being very good in terms of their batsmanship.
Yes, this has been pretty good going by these two, and this one is played into the mid-wicket region. Could go across the line. It does so now, and it's 4 more. So runs coming rather quickly for the Leeward Islands, and really stamping the authority on this game at this point.
Well, yeah, and it's very good that they realize what is required of them, and two of the more experienced batsmen in this Leeward Islands lineup too, and they have really demonstrated that super magnificently at the present moment. And Carty in particular, he showed a good investment when he started his innings.
Victor, you seem to be a man of many words, man.
Well, sitting by you over the years, I learned so much. I mean,
Well,
you know, the countenance of one man brighteneth another. I mean,
certainly super magnificent. That's not a word that I'm too familiar with. Scotty picks up 2 runs here.
well, I'm just trying to give the players what they deserve. I mean, because this is exceptional. And you know, over the years, we always say we like to see batsmen going on when they get starts. Well, these two have gotten starts and they keep going. So you know, it gives us pleasure from our position.
Just looking around the region, though, Victor. Remember, the Windward Islands made 186 in the match, which is going on there at the Darren Sammy National Cricket Stadium in St. Lucia. As this one is pushed into the offside. Just to update viewers to this broadcast on the score. As we look at the scorecard, Windward's 186, and at the moment, as this one is struck for another boundary by Carty, and runs really leaking here for Guyana. Pamal, who we thought might have been a threat, this one is banged into the onside for another boundary. So Leeward really putting the Ghana team to the sword at the moment. 274 for 4, approaching a lead of 100. The lead now 81 runs. Very handy lead indeed. But just on that match, Barbados Pride 161 for 7, chasing 186 to get past 186, of course. Matthew Ford is on 39 not out. And we had Mayers who made 40. With Ford is Warwican, and we know he's very handy with the bat. He's on 14 not out. So that's the situation there on that particular game. And then we have the other game which is in progress, the CCC against the West Indies Academy. This one is driven and half stop there by Ali Mohammed. Prevents a run. So CCC 238 from 79 overs. And at the moment, the West Indies Academy, they are 90 for 2. So the West Indies Academy doing quite well. Of course, these two teams are at the bottom of the table. And one, of course, looking to get the better of the other, which probably would put them a rank above the other one. As we are joined by a well-dressed Carlisle Powell. And, this one is pushed up to cover and a run. Of course, right now Carlisle Powell, now he has entered Warner Park. He's the best-dressed man in Warner Park.
That's without a doubt. That's without a doubt. Come in here with us.
Ali Mohammed outside the half stump. But just to continue on that game there, and Beaky Joseph is 54 not out for the West Indies Academy. And they, of course, 90 for 2, responding to 238 made by the CCC. And that's the latest update. The other match, of course, Jamaica 276. For 6, this one is flashed up to cover. That, of course, starts at 1 o'clock. That's a day-night match. That match against Trinidad and Tobago in Taruba. So that match will, the second day's play would start just around 1 o'clock. And this one is in the air, but in the gap, down to third man. It's a single to Hamilton. Just according to my watch, just some 12 minutes away from the luncheon interval. And we would have had some 33 overs yesterday in the Leeward's innings, Victor. And Guyana would have bowled some 31 overs this morning as we look at the harbour, yachting the harbour, just below moored just below Port Zante. See the building there, that's actually where the tourism, they enter
Yes.
uh, the islands from off the cruise ships. That's the port of entrance there.
Yes, indeed.
And that building, they come through that building, the tourists.
Yeah, very good picture there.
But 33 overs, Victor, so far in the morning sessions, much better than yesterday.
Oh yeah, it has accelerated quite nicely, and also in the acceleration partnership of 142 between these two, Carty and Hamilton, most valuable at this present moment from a Leeward Islands point of view, and they would only be hoping that these two can extend it and deeper and even more so relevant the lead that the Leewards would have, and then they can always be as their one or two changes.
Well, there's a change in the bowling from the media center end, and Kimo Paul comes back into the attack. But yesterday morning, though, before lunch, the Leeward Islands, quick single here, easy single, I should say. The Leeward Islands only bowled some 23 overs in the morning session. And yesterday afternoon, when Leeward started batting, they had to, well, Guyana had to bowl some 45 overs yesterday afternoon, and they only managed to bowl 33 overs. Play ended at just about 5:30 yesterday. And, of course, it's one into the offside. Of course, the Guyana team, they opted to use their fast bowlers for most of the afternoon. In fact, we just had two overs from the spin bowlers yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And they fell short by some 12 overs yesterday. And this morning, before the start of play, we did see the umpires having some words with the captains. And my feeling is that it was in relation to the slow over rate. And today, of course, we have seen Guyana starting with the spin bowlers. And it has been much better, nicely played into the offside by Carty, but he can't score. So 276 it is now for 4, going over number 65. This has been a very good morning for the Leeward Islands, and a very good partnership between these two. 145 runs partnership, the current rate 4.28. This one is wide of the off stump. No shot offered by Carty.
Yeah, that might have been the conversation that the umpires held with the Guyanese captain about the over rate, based upon that so many overs were still remaining on day one. But they have really improved in that aspect to a great extent.
Carty has really looked good all day. He has batted well. He looked very solid, apart from that one fault shot when he was on 77.
Well, he has consistently, though, been playing with that nice straight bat, and as you quite rightly said, that Palmer would have just probably, he did not read it well, so Palmer had a good flighted delivery, but in the end he ended up safe.
Short, lifting a bit, brings an end to the over, the end of over number 65. It's 276 for 4. And Victor, I'll just, with Carl stepping into the booth, I just want to tell you that the Charleston Primary School once again won that mini Olympics over there in Nevis. Our good friend Carlisle is the coach of one of the schools, Nevis Academy. But his numbers are small, so we do not really expect him to win.
Okay.
But you had those, I think it's 10 schools participating. Mm-hmm. And the Charlestown Primary School, they would have won this thing. I think it's a 6th consecutive time they have won it, and prior to that they would have won it another 5 consecutive times also.
So,
And they have now won it 18 out of 32 times.
so dominance, dominance,
Dominance.
dominance, dominance.
Dominant, of course. And Ali Mohammed continues.
But what is healthy about it though is the competitive nature overall, you know. But the dominance is very significant, and in terms of other teams trying to really get themselves together and get themselves on the history pages.
Here we go again. 2 spectators going across the side screen and being sent back by the umpires and the players. Flashed that and missed outside the off stump. Technically, I could say that the child on to the Charleston Boys School. Then
Okay.
it was the Charleston Boys and the Charleston Girls, separate schools.
Right.
But then eventually over the years they were merged.
There was interchange.
Into one school.
Yeah.
Not interchange,
Oh,
they were merged into one school.
Oh, okay.
As this one is driven, but no timing. Bounces up to extra cover.
Well, I wouldn't have any difficulty with the passion and so on, based upon the history that I have just been given by yourself. So I mean, it's all appropriate.
Yeah, so I would have attended the Charleston Boys, a school which El Camino Willett would have attended also.
Oh, good day to him, my very good friend.
Driven, but to extra cover once more.
Yeah.
In fact, at one point, I don't know if he still is the coach. At one point, he was the coach for the Charleston Primary School Athletics. And he would have won quite a number of championships as coach, but he's no longer the coach.
Yeah, but you spoke about that yesterday
Yeah,
in terms
but
of the achievements and so
Yeah,
forth.
but he certainly has done well. I mean, you would expect he would have been coaching cricket.
Well, it's good when you can be flexible, and he has always been that type of human too, whereby always like to assist and help persons and so forth, and he's like that by nature. So that is no surprise to me personally.
Yes, but he certainly held the athletics close to his heart. Driven by Hamilton, can't get past wide is on. Pomal.
Well, and also to Earl, that is what has maintained his well-being in terms of his health and so forth. I mean, no doubt he would have always had to be on his feet and moving around and so forth. So all that there has been very conducive to him from a personal capacity.
Ali Mohammed wide of the off stump. And through it goes to the keeper. So, approaching lunch on the second day. And Victor, even if the Leeward Islands lose 3 wickets at this point, we could safely say that the morning certainly has gone the way of the Leeward Islands.
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, definitely. And for a very long time, I have not really been present and see this happening in regional cricket. Remember, I was not around for the Trinidad and Leeward Islands encounter here.
Yeah.
But it is good to see where the batsmen, not just for the Leewards, but in particular these two now specifically, recognizing how important it is, occupation of the crease, because it's a 4-day encounter. Let something good deceive you, and so on, and don't really give it away. But excellent, excellent. As you say, I'm a man of many words, so I'll still go back to super magnificent performance.
Well, Kati is on 89. He's facing his 11 runs away from what could be a well-played 100. He gets a oh no, he doesn't. Flashed into the offside. Fumbled the point, and now they get the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, my word. It was flashed up to point. Fumbled by that fielder. It looks like Ali Mohammed.
And that was good of the two batsmen to recognizing, and they're very quick between the wickets, both batsmen, and that also too is a very good value between both the batsmen.
In fact, it was Perez, who, the opening batsman for Guyana, who fumbled there at point. And then the return came in. It was not tidied up and ran into the onside, and they were given the opportunity to pick up a run. Flashed into the offside. This time it beats the fielder and goes up to deep cover. And just a single this time. And in fact, it's Ali Mohammed there this time who fields. And just a single. So Casey Carty has gone into the 90s. He's on 90. Just a couple minutes left for lunch. This could very well be the last over.
Possibly.
Of course, the umpires are in charge. This one is wide of the off stump by Kimo Paul. A slow delivery also. Hamilton peels off his gloves, perhaps thinking that this could very well be the last over. But of course, there are 3 deliveries left in the over. And if Carty picks up a single now, he could be back on strike. Wide of the off stump. That one was pretty close to being a wide. That was pretty wide.
I'd look at it on the monitor. They know too. It appears so too. But the umpire decided not to call it. Let's wait and see.
You know, it was wide, yes, very wide, but we still have to bear in mind that we are playing 4-day cricket and not white ball cricket. 279 for 4 over number 67. This time he's playing into the offside up to cover to Ali Mohammed. Just a single. And Hamilton would have to put his gloves back on for at least one delivery. So what might be the final delivery of the morning sessions? 280 for 4. Wide of the off stump. Hamilton does not play a shot. He walks away. The umpire removes the bails. It's the end of the morning session. 280 for 4. Leeward's resuming. The day's play at 143 for 4. They go to lunch without losing a further wicket at 280 for 4. So they have had a very good morning session. They lead by some 87 runs. Hamilton is on 66 not out. He was on 3 not out overnight. And Casey Carty is on 91. He was on 20 not out, so he would have added some 70 runs this morning, and he certainly upped the tempo quite a bit this morning. So Leeward's in a very strong position, and we'll be back after lunch with further commentaries. Well, good afternoon from Warner Park. Sun shining brilliantly, of course. Players are going back out, Guyana going back out. And we are yet to see the Leeward Island batsmen. Leeward Islands would have had a very good morning session. And they are now at 280 for 4. We would have had some 34 overs in the morning session, and they have progressed from the overnight position of 143 for 4 to 280 for 4. And they now lead by some 87 runs. I'll say good afternoon to Carlisle Powell.
Very good afternoon to you, Earl, and good afternoon to listeners throughout the islands. In Antigua, Colin James. Hope you're doing well. And I'll use him as a representative for everybody in Antigua. And do the same with Basil Morgan in Montserrat. And our Guyaners throughout the large country of Guyana. We say a very special good afternoon to you.
So the Leeward Islands batsmen are back out. I know Basil Morgan, for example, he would have called during the luncheon interval. I'll say good afternoon to Basil Morgan, and he told me he would have just visited Jim Allen, who's doing well. My good friend, who I've not seen for years, Fitzroy Buffon. He's doing well also. If you are viewing or listening, good afternoon. I don't know if you remember Fitzroy Buffon.
Absolutely. Yeah. He's now a lawyer.
Now a lawyer, the Montserrat. You know, we would have been very good friends over the years. Of course, there was a Mason, the leg spinner also, who we would have got on quite well over the years, and I think he would have migrated to England. But we're with the cricket. Carlisle, it has been a very good morning for the Leeward Islands. And they now lead by some 87 runs. And Carty, of course, eyeing up 100. First delivery by Ali Mohammed after lunch.
A couple of things immediately spring to mind looking at the field, Earl. There is just a solitary fielder on the onside, and that's the fielder at very straight mid-wicket, which means that I expect them to be bowling a negative wide off-stump line.
Well, we would have seen this just before lunch from the Guyanese team. And obviously looking to drop runs, the lead is a very substantial one at the moment, and lots of time left in the game still. We saw Leeward's doing this also. When they bowled against Guyana in the first innings, they had just the one man, and here we see again it's very difficult for Carty to pierce that offside field. There's a slip, a gully if you want. You could call it maybe a fourth slip. There's a backward point, third man back on the boundary cover, back on the boundary cover point. That is orthodox cover, extra cover, mid-off. And just the lone man, Pamal, who is at a straightish mid-on. And not very deep, probably just more or less in line with the stumps, or just, you know, just in an angle with the stumps, just below the stumps. So probably looking to build pressure, Carlisle, on the batsman.
But I tell you, in a situation like this, you expect the batsmen still to be disciplined, because this kind of negative field set and bowling will only get wickets if the batsmen chase the balls and make errors.
Yes, and as you rightly said, we have seen so far Ali Mohammed going wide of the off stump. Here is he wide of the off stump again. And the over comes to an end. The first over after lunch. So the intentions clear there by Guyana, and looking to go outside off.
But there's still quite a bit of time left in the game. We're just in the middle session of the day's play, and then we have another session this afternoon, and 2 more days.
Yeah, definitely.
And Leewards are already ahead of the game in terms of first inning by 87 runs. So there is time. You still have to be patient as a batter. And Carty has not had a century for this season so far. He's on 87, is looking good. He must remain patient. Jamal Hamilton has had some runs for the season, but he has not made 100.
Yeah, definitely.
So he too will have to remain patient, make them bowl at him. I mean, how long are you going to run in and bowl wide of the off stump without getting wickets?
Definitely. Carty actually is on 91. The lead is 87. Hamilton, I think his high score for the season would have been 84 runs earlier on in the season. I think that was against the West Indies Academy.
But he has been getting starts. He has been getting in.
He has been getting half centuries and he's been getting into the 40s. Niall Smith comes on for the first time today. And obviously the plan is quite evident. Just the one man, Kevlin Anderson, at mid-on. There we go again. And there's Hamilton following it. So obviously trying to make it difficult for the Leeward Island batsmen to score runs. Really wide. And we saw this before lunch too, Carlisle. Kemo Paul was running in and delivering it wide of the off stump. So the plan is obvious. And
By Hamilton. You don't have to chase it. Make him bowl at you. Are they prepared to do this for the rest of the day? We played a game in Antigua, and I said when I managed the Leewards. And Rajendra Danraj for Trinidad and Tobago was the bowler. He's a leg spinner.
that one was a bit loose. It was overpitched. But Hamilton played it straight to the fielder at cover. That looks like a Savory.
The keeper was David Williams, and he was setting up outside of the leg stump for Ridley Jacobs, who was batting.
This time he gets it away and gets 4. Overpitched and driven straight and driven down to long off for 4.
Good shot. Played it straight and got 4 runs. And they're going to make mistakes every now and again. So here was a leg spinner bowling to Ridley Jacobs, who is a left-handed batsman, with the keeper and David Williams setting up outside of the leg stump. And so Ridley Jacobs could not get to play at those balls. They were pitching wide, turning wider. And Danraj made a mistake and bowled one full. And Ridley Jacobs bat with a club. And he hit it back to Danraj so hard.
And here we go. Overpitch once more. And certainly Smith not really, he certainly seemed to have gotten a different memo. This one was on the stumps, overpitch, and played to wideish long on for 4 by Hamilton.
Was a full delivery too, and Hamilton stepped outside of his off stump and hit it through the onside. Always going to be 4 because there's just a single fielder in the onside. So to finish the story, Danraj overpitched one and Ridley Jacobs clubbed it back to Danraj. Technically, there was a possibility of a cotton bowl chance, but it went so fast it nearly knocked out Danraj. It hit him in his palm, hit his middle finger on his spinning hand, and broke the bone to the extent where you saw the bone push into the skin.
Oh.
You know, but that was just an instance of negative bowling and then one that went wrong. Much the same as we saw 2 that went wrong in this over. They will come, but you have to be patient.
Patient, definitely. And what these 2 batsmen have exhibited is patience so far. Cat in particular. And he gets a single here. And that is why he's on 92. Yesterday he soaked up a lot of deliveries. He ended it there on 20. Very low strike rate. But today we have seen the benefit of being out there and being patient. And certainly has gone on.
He's a test player. And you want to see somebody like him being able to soak up the pressure, but then change his game. And he has done that very well this morning.
Definitely. Definitely. Once again, he can't get it through. This time it's Hamilton. He's on 74 now, so both of these players are in centuries. This has been an excellent partnership, taking the score from 131, Carlisle. In fact, it's gone past the 150 mark, the partnership. It's now 158, the partnership between these two. And just what the doctor ordered for the Leeward Islands. They're now leading by some 96 runs. Ali Mohammed. Wide of the off stump once more. Seen the mid-on has retreated a bit. More into an orthodox mid-on position now for ball.
But it gives you the opportunity for a single.
Definitely. It's flashed away over the top of backward point and 4. So it was in the air, but they say when you flash hard. And it was over the top of Perez, who's stationed there at backward point, and it ran between cover and third man. In fact, point and third man and down to the boundary for 4. So, you're so correct, Carlisle. They're going to err, the bowlers, and we've seen that happening in consecutive overs.
And even with this kind of negative bowling, they still managed to pick up 12 in the 2 overs after lunch. You know, so 3 overs after lunch, in fact. So scoring rate is not a problem. And Leeward's, as I said to you, 293 for 4, are ahead of the game already.
Definitely, and they're now leading by 100 runs. So that's a substantive lead with just 4 wickets down. And with Graves to come. Graves surprisingly coming in at number 7. Of course, we know Cornwall is a capable batsman. There is Smith starting wide of the off stump once more. Can he stick to the plot in this over? The last over we saw him giving away to boundaries. Driven, caught.
Chasing a wide delivery. This is why you're talking about being patient. He just didn't have to go at that one, Casey Carty. And I'm sure when he looked back at that, he would realize his error. It was again wide, but a little closer than the one before. And he didn't have to go at that delivery at all. Shoulder arms, let it go through. If the bowler is being patient by bowling wide, the batter has to be as patient as well. Has to be disciplined, has to be able to say, well, this is not within the arc where I can score safely. So I'm going to leave it alone. But he went flashing at it. Good catch taken by the fielder there at the solitary slip. And Casey Carty will look back at this, and hopefully we'll go back and have a look at it. And he will tell himself, I gave that one away. It was again wide. If he had left that alone, no damage.
No damage.
Another dot ball and he would have been at the crease.
And we saw in the previous over that Niall Smith, you know, he would have lost patience and overpitched a couple of times and conceding 2 boundaries. So it was just a question of being patient and allowing the bowler to bowl to you. But missing out on the 100, scoring 92. And so the Leeward Islands, they would have lost their 5th wicket. So it's now 293 for 5, and we're moving for number 71. The fielder that took that catch there was Sinclair at first slip. So Good catch though, Carlisle, taking it low. In fact, that looks like, in fact, it's not Sinclair. It looks like probably Anderson, Kevlin Anderson. But I'll get confirmation on that.
Similar delivery. No harm in watching it and allowing it through to the keeper. You are being negative by bowling wide. I'm being patient. You need to get me out before you can bat again.
Definitely. Sinclair appears to, the gully. That looks like Kevlin Anderson would have taken that catch. Good catch, low down. And they're taking it quite nicely. So Carty missing out. We were just saying that he has not scored 100 for the season. And certainly has come back after lunch, and we can easily say that he has thrown it away. Nice drive there by Graves, who's the new batsman, but he can't score. So Niall picking up his second wicket in this innings. This is his first spell for the day. They did not bowl before lunch. Wide of the off stump once more. And Graves does not play. So the over comes to an end. It's 71 overs completed. 293 for 5.
And success for Guyana after lunch. And this is what it's all about. They noticed that the Leeward scored very fast in the session, the first session of the day, 137 runs. And so they would have said to themselves, listen, we're going to have to slow the pace of the game, dry up the scoring a little bit. What is our best strategy so to do? And they came up with this wide of the off-stump line. And they're quite happy to have picked up a wicket, and in fact the wicket of Casey Carty. Carty is looking to get into form. He's looking to get some runs because the season so far for him has not been a good one.
Definitely
And
not.
he would want to say to the selectors,
Cover, and it goes out towards the boundary. Did he whoop it in? Certainly seems so. And Hamilton picks up 2.
good shot, using his feet, getting to the pitch of the delivery, and also an excellent save, the partial save by the fielder at mid-off. Good work. Running was not as brilliant as it ought to have been, or they might have had 3.
Wide again of the off stump by Ali Mohammed. So it's obviously the ploy of the Guyanese bowlers. Keep it wide and then throw one a little closer to the batsman and tempt them into going for that fault shot. So when he's closer, he's flashing that. And he's on his way. So there we go again, Carlisle.
Another indiscretion. Another ill-advised shot. I don't know how these players think. Because look at it. The Leewards are just a touch over 100 in the lead. With so much time left in the game, they are to get bowled out here. Guyana can be straight back into the game immediately. And so all of the credit after lunch must go to the Guyanese team for picking up the 2 set batsmen at the crease.
Most definitely. And, you know, I was just saying that the Guyanese, they are going wide of the off stump and then they're bringing one just a little closer to the batsman. And, you know, probably trying to lure them into error. And these are balls that they could have easily left alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was not close enough to the off stump to force them into a shot. And both of these batsmen, both of the set batsmen, being lured into that indiscretion just outside the off stump and being caught behind the wicket. One at first slip, the other caught by the keeper.
280 for 4 is suddenly 295 for 6. And so you have to say, after lunch, advantage Guyana. You now have 2 new batsmen at the crease, both of whom are on no score. And they have to start again because in the context of the game, a lead by 102 after lunch on the second day with a lot of time left in the game is not saying much for the Leewards. And we saw a kind of indiscipline in the Trinidad game, for example, when the Leewards were very well set and seemed on course to be overhauling the Trinidad score, lost first innings, and then you saw the result of that game.
In fact, they had an opening partnership of, I think it was 202 runs, the opening partnership between Henry and Mikhail Louis, both of whom got hundreds, and then they just threw the wickets away. And as you rightly said, they found themselves in a position where, you know, they came second in that game because there was no way they could have, you know, made a comeback, and they would have lost on first innings. But another successful over comes to an end. So we have had consecutive wickets for overs producing wickets, and Leewards would have to try and rebuild at this point because, as you rightly said, Carlisle, a lead of 100 on this track with a Guyana team that is in very good form is not.
It's not a lot.
It's not a lot. So, trick working for Guyana. And, you know, I keep speaking about a simple thing as game awareness.
You see, as a batsman in a situation like this, you have to tell yourself, suppose I get out. I go chasing these wide deliveries and I get out. The batsmen who come in after me, suppose that they take 5 overs to settle. Had I been at the crease and I had been facing those 5 overs, would I have made more runs than them in this situation? And if the answer is yes, then it is simple. You stay in, you can afford to leave alone a few.
Most definitely. I think Carty, for example, would have played it quite well yesterday. He was very selective. He was leaving balls alone outside the off stump. I can recall in the match against Trinidad and Tobago, he chased a wide one. Well, he didn't chase it. He just stood there and threw his bat at it and got caught in the slip cordon. And here is a wide being delivered by Smith, wide signal now. Of course, the umpire could exercise his discretion and determine that the bowler is being negative.
That was clearly outside the line, though. So within the rules.
Within the rules, of course, yes. But, you know, especially down the leg side. This one.
Wide again?
Wide again, but probably we could have a look at that one.
That was even wider than the first one.
Let's look at this one again, though. Let's see how far. Yes, Carlisle. Really going wide of that popping crease. So, successive wides. But I was saying, you know, yesterday we saw young Casey Carty being very selected. He soaked up a lot of deliveries. And he came back here today, batted well. But came back after lunch and, you know, seemed to have lost the plot and followed a wide one and gave away an opportunity for 100. And currently a number of batsmen this year who are scoring hundreds.
Mm-hmm. And you see, cricket, like life, sports, is about records. You know that as a professional.
Swan edged into the slip region by Graves, all along the ground though. And
Losing those 2 wickets after lunch. At lunch, Leeward was 280 for 4. And Carty was on 91, Hamilton was on 66. We have lost both of those batsmen. And so 2 new batsmen at the crease having to get themselves in and see how many they can add here. But cricket, when you're done playing, people pull up your record. They're looking to see how many runs you made in how many games, at what average, and more importantly, how many centuries you scored, how many half centuries you scored, what was your conversion rate between half centuries to centuries. And Carty today completed a big half century that is totally different to a century. So the records will show his 90 odd as a half
century.
century.
A big half century. He'll be listed as a half century.
Half century.
You know, it's neither big nor small. It's a half century. I know over the years, back in those days, Carlisle sank its own Luther Kelly. And this one is in the air. And the catch is taken. Oh my, this is crazy cricket. Sort of slug sweep there by Hayden Walsh Jr. And they're really capitulating here at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands. Let's look at it again. Oh, wide of the off stump again. He was looking to sweep that one into the onside. The Carlisle, I mean, I can't understand that particular shot.
I understand it very well. It's a shot of a batsman who thought that he would probably be better off in the pavilion than out in the middle. I mean, the last couple times I've seen Hayden Walsh Jr. bat, he has been as disappointing as you can imagine. In the game against Trinidad, the shot that he played, I thought, goodbye Hayden Walsh, you didn't bowl well, you didn't bat well, I won't be seeing you again for this particular season. He's back, had an opportunity, and that shot was clearly not on. Looking to fetch something from wide of the off stump to play it into the onside and just hit it down to mid-on, just top edge it down to mid-on. It was as reckless and as useless a shot as you would ever want to see anybody play.
Just looking at it again, that was very wide. I mean, that is about 6 stump line outside the off stump. Very wide, even a little further than that. And surprisingly, though, Cornwall going in fact, was going in ahead of Cornwall, the captain. But this has been poor cricket by the Leeward Islands since lunch. So they would have lost 3 wickets. The score at lunch said it was
280 for 4.
280 for 4, 17 runs and 3 wickets. Wide again. So, Guyana has not had to work hard after lunch. They have adopted a plan. They have stuck to it. And the Leeward Islands, they have obliged. This one, not attempted, I would call it a swipe there by Cornwall. They missed it completely. So one wonders at the thinking of the Leeward Islands team at this juncture. One, he gets off the mark with a single. It was in there for some time. It goes up to long off. And it's now 298 for 7. One wonders if the Leeward Islands, if they're satisfied with the marginal lead. I would call it marginal lead of 104. If they think they have enough in the bag. But there's lots of time left in this game still. And somehow I suspect Guyana is going to bat a lot better than they did in the first inning. the over comes to an end. And my stint come to an end. I would now leave the hot seat, Carlisle, and you'll be joined by Victor Eddy.
So Casey Carty reaching 92. Did all the hard work and then chase away delivery. And Jamal Hamilton seemed to be in a big hurry. And he went for 80. Leeward's resuming from the 284 position at lunch and losing both set batsmen and then Hayden Walsh. And so have now slipped to 298 for 7. As we say good afternoon to Victor Eddy.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle Powell. Pleasure to have you here with us.
As here is Cornwall attempting the scoop and getting this one down to fine leg for 4 runs. And so they seem to be willing to be innovative and inventive. And they seem to be in a hurry to get this game. They must have a memo that we don't have, Victor.
Yeah, well, you alluded to some very evident factors in that. When the players resumed after lunch, it was obvious in terms of the field placement that the Guyanese employed. So that was the first signal where the bowlers were going to be bowling.
They now have added a second fielder on the onside. So there is a deep mid-wicket to go with the fielder back on the long-on boundary.
Yes, but by extension and to extend upon the conversation that you and Earl Spitton was having, it was so appropriate that you have to be patient if the ball is not on your wicket.
And the Cornwall is chasing a delivery which is very wide of the off stump. And it goes through for the keeper.
And there is no need for those things in that aspect. So you're right. Here were Carty and Hamilton really did the hard work. Obvious field placing was suggesting that is going to be deployed to bowl wide off the off stump. So if it's not on your wicket, just leave it alone. When they come to wicket, but you have to have that patience and don't get carried away. But we have seen a consistent pattern to Carlisle. Sometimes just before an interval or after an interval, wickets tend to fall. And
here's the scoop again. This time it doesn't work as effectively as the last time. It goes down to backward square. But all that hard work for one, when you could come forward and just drive it into the onside. There are only 2 fielders, one at long on the boundary, one at mid-wicket on the boundary, and trot through for the very same single with very much less risk.
yeah, and also to just not much time at the crease. So just play it up in front of you, the same single. You could see that improvisation coming into play when you have been out there at the crease for a certain amount of time. And as you quite rightly said, the single is a single.
Bowling wide of the off stump to Graves, who leaves it alone. I have to ask you, Victor, what is the value of batting Graves so low in the order?
Well, that has come to my mind too, because based upon not just that the runs that he would have gotten so far in his career, but his assessment at the crease, because you can see right away he has decided that he's going to leave those deliveries that are not wicket to wicket as of now. And Carty and Hamilton especially should have realized, look, what's going to be their ploy? You have to think about what your opponent's going to have in mind too. The field set suggested to them right away, they're going to be an off-stump line or outside the off-stump. And they followed wide deliveries and gave their hands away. There's no other way we can describe it, especially to see what they did, really. And, you know, especially, okay.
Smith is bowled, no, that's Ali Mohammed, who is bowling from the far end. And will be bowling to Cornwall, who is driving firmly, goes down to the field at cover, and they won't score.
And like Casey Carty, who have not been having a good run in 2025, this was such a valuable opportunity now as you rightly said, let the bowlers earn your wicket. Don't give it away, whereby you can say, oh, but he got a beauty. Yeah, you know. But as you quite rightly said again, and you and Earl both agreed, and I'm in agreement with it, you have to be so much on your game in thinking how they're trying to outplay you and so forth, because they're not just going out there to go through emotion. They know they are behind, so they had to go out with a ploy, and it has worked so far.
Delivery which is short and spanked down to the vacant cover boundary. Well, wide of the fielder who was deep at cover. To his right and easily getting 4 runs to Cornwall. You're going to get this opportunity, Victor. Every now and again they're going to err in terms of length and line and give you the opportunity to score. So you don't have to go chasing it.
Because even yesterday, young Andrew and so forth for the Leeward Islands, and there was a man at the square leg boundary and a long leg boundary. So it was just a matter of time before seam bowler is going to try that short one to bring those players into play. And there again too, he fell into that trap and was out caught on the boundary.
They have now made a change. There were 2 fielders on the onside, one at mid-wicket, one at long on. They have now decided to take the mid-wicket and place that fielder down at long on the boundary and to strengthen the offside field. So they are now fielders at third man, cover point and cover on the boundary.
Well, Cornwall is usually, that's his style, very powerful and hard hitter of the ball. And basically in the majority of his innings, the high percentage of 4s and 6s, because the other side of it, he can equate too many 1s and 2s.
I'm going to challenge your memory, Victor, and take you back. In the days when you played for the Leewards and the Combined Islands, you had an 8 to 4 job. You went to work. In the cricket season, you requested and received time off to go to play cricket. Delivery, which Cornwall is showing some dexterity, goes down on one knee, helps it down to the vacant mid-wicket position and picks up 4. And away into the offside to pick up 4 good-looking runs to Cornwall. So 2 good-looking boundaries in the over. The score has now been pushed on to 311 for 7, the Leewards, and they continue to build this lead. But you had to go to work, requested time off. We're playing a professional game now. These fellows are contracted, so their work is to go to practice and go to play. I mean, I wish you had been given this opportunity, Victor.
Well, you see, the thing is that the passionate thing about myself, and I could make an individual into the conversation, Keith Atherton. Now, we guys had a personal commitment whereby, look, we're going to go out and get ourselves fit, first of all. You know, to have that.
Shot. Very good shot. In any form of the game. The delivery which was pitched up to him in the slot, and Graves was spanking it back on the onside of the pitch, firmly down to the boundary for 4.
And let me make a description as we see there on the monitor what Graves have done, which is a class play. He moved further across to the off stump because he know the obvious ploy, they're going to bowl it there, so he was in a position, even though the ball was pitch wide, to execute it beautifully, but he held the straight bat and not try to go through mid-wicket. Class player. But that one was not so obvious. He moved to. But luckily for him, he didn't get the edge on that occasion. But it's a concern about Graves for me too, whereby persons like Hayden Walsh Jr. coming ahead of him and the others. Pardon? He did not come ahead of. Okay, right. Yes, but yes, and you see, Graves is doing the ideal thing there to. Carlisle, well, there was there's not going to be a quick single with Cornwall as a non-striker. But anyway, the total for the Leeward Islands, 315 for 7, 76.3 overs so far. And, well, still a lead is a lead, but all the past events is behind now, and Graves showing his class. and earn himself 4 runs, hitting it wide of the man on the long on boundary. And Carlisle, it's so obvious in seeing that Graves is moving actually across just before the bowler is releasing deliveries, so he's in an appropriate position to execute. And how well he has
He
done it.
can bat.
Yes.
He triggers nicely. He moved across to the off stump, held his balance. That is the most important thing, and then hit it down wide of the fielder on the long on boundary.
Yeah.
Picked his position, picked the delivery, knew that it was a safe shot, and executed well.
Ah.
Yeah,
Right.
he's setting up outside of the off stump and forcing the bowler to bowl wider and wider.
Okay.
And the trick is, Victor, even though he's setting up on the off stump, the bowler cannot afford to bowl straight. Because if bowl straight, there is only a single fielder on the onside.
And that is where the execution of the... Right. Oh my, unfortunately. Ball and caught.
Yeah, looking to play it into the onside again, took the leading edge,
Yeah.
went straight back to the bowler. I mean, in a situation like that, why not come down and play it back straight rather than looking still to turn it into the onside?
Even though there is that obvious thing in there, using the straight bat, yeah, because then it's a single in any event.
Exactly.
So that's a mistake there by Graves, but he did though employed some good movements at the crease, but that one in the eventually how he got out, he should have been more trying to play it straight than trying to just, because he had that wide section on the onside.
But advantage Guyana. And you have to say well done to the Guyanese team for coming up with this plan, first of all, and executing the plan properly. Because at lunch, Leeward's 280 for 4. Guyana came back out after lunch and decided we're going to bowl a wide line, wide of the off stump, with just a single fielder on the onside. And they have managed to pick up 4 wickets, and the total has not advanced by many. So you're looking at 311 for the loss of 8 wickets. So you're talking 31 runs for 4 wickets. If you are in the Guyana team, you would say, I take that any day of the week, and twice on Sundays.
Yes, and that was good strategy. It did work, and they had to come out with a plan, and they came out with a plan and they executed it. And up to this particular moment, it has given them the success which they were looking forward to. So, in this segment of the game so far, Guyana has had the better.
Absolutely.
Clear gone.
It's actually 320 for the loss of 8. But still, advantage Guyana in this session. Clear advantage to Guyana.
Yeah, but you see, and this is where now a lot of our players have to get more aware of what, especially the batsmen, what bowlers are, how they're trying to deceive them, how they're trying to get their wickets and so forth, And a lot of times, Carlisle, a lot of persons lay a lot of blame to coaches. Coaches are responsible for the team and to give their best information as to how, and even more so, let me go to the batsmen, of how to go about playing certain bowlers. But then when you reach out there as a batsman, the pitch might be suggesting different things to make the necessary adjustments by communicating with your partner and say, boy, coach, this one, so, but it's taking more spin than what we thought it was, even as an example. So we have to adjust according and use our incentive now. How do we cope in this situation? All those factors, which in really players have to work out these things. But one of the very valuable points you've made, that these guys are full-time now. This is their job.
Lead for the Leewards is 127. And that's not a great deal in the context of a 4-day game and time period. We're within the first session after lunch on day 2. Delivery which is pitched up to Cornwall, and he's punking it over the head of the bowler for 6. The bowler having decided to come around the wicket, and England bowling from very wide on the crease, and Cornwall's like that, I'll have some of it, and hit it completely out of the playing area for 6.
Well, at this present moment, too, and a very good 6 by Cornwall, a lot would depend to, by extension, where the Leewards can put this lead. If Cornwall and the other batsmen bat for at least, if they can bat for about 45 minutes more or something like that, and Cornwall is still there, and knowing his power hitting, then they can accelerate that lead. But as you quite rightly said too, there is time in the game, and I'm agreeing with Earl Smitten too, when I believe too that Guyana is going to bat totally different or better in their second innings, because the pitch now is more conducive for batsmanship, and Guyana have good batsmen. So all that is just speculation for the moment, but I would like to believe too, nice brilliant sunshine and so forth. We have not seen any inconsistencies in bonks in terms of the surfaces and so forth, so it is still good for batting.
It is. And it's all a matter of how well these two will be able to bat. I mean, ideally, the Leewards would be looking for a substantial lead in first inning. As it is, they have lost 4 wickets after lunch. And Ali Mohammed has picked up 3 for 87 in his 18 overs and 1 ball. Cornwall has moved to 20 from his 15. And the field is very well spread for him now. 7 fielders on the boundary. Third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, all on the boundary, on the offside, and then a long on and a mid wicket. Deliveries called wide, and so the score will push on by 1.
Well, they will all. The lead is now 133. Not a wide, 134. Lead, that is. But what can also be good in the Leeward's half, even though that is still some time away, if when Guyana get their opportunity to bat, if the Leeward Islands make early inroads to that, can be a different proposition. But that is just, for now, pure speculation on my behalf.
Anything that is played in the onside is a minimum of 1 run. And in the offside, anything forward of square will be a run.
Wide again.
Third wide in the over. This is becoming like a white ball game in terms of the wides. We have seen, 5 or 6 wides since lunch?
Yeah, and because it is so obvious that one of the players came to mind when I see bowlers bowling so many wides. It was a Michael Camacho many years ago as an opening batsman from Antigua, and he really understood where his off stump was. And many times bowlers will hold their head thinking that they hit his off stump. He just wasn't tempted in that area, boy. But here is Cornwall getting another run, and as you quite rightly say, because the field is so widely spread, it was struck out to a man coming off the deep cover boundary. And it also gave Cornwall the opportunity to just stroll through, as he would have to normally stroll through for singles.
And now calling his partner Spencer for a word. Spencer is yet to score. Cornwall is on 21. The Leewards are 330 for 8. Guyana in their turn at bat made 193. Anderson getting 77. Paul 31 and Ali Mohammed 30. Wickets for the Leewards. Cornwall had 3 for 25. Thomas 2 for 48. Graves 2 for 30. And Walsh 2 for 26.
And Anderson Carlisle, his innings was well organized, and his assessment overall was very good. But a wicket going down, clean bowl.
I'm absolutely sure that that is not what his captain told him. He just had a wild swing at this delivery, and his off stump went cartwheeling. This is not good for the young man, young batsman. He's in there with his captain, and he was called up by his captain, who must have said to him, listen, can you play out this one delivery? And probably went in one ear and straight out the next, because it was a wild swing there by Spencer. And in no form of cricket, not even Curry Goat cricket, would that be acceptable.
No, not at all. And the thing was also, too, that it was just to beat it with a straight bat, They even just hit it past the bowler, and that would have been the easy single. Well, why try to go for this mighty hoove? Totally uncalled for. And that's been another indiscretion by the Leeward Islands batsmen. Well, the bowler, you have to give him credit to, whereby it was a well-pitched delivery on the off stump, but the shot selection was not appropriate at that time, and he lost his wicket. So Guyana have achieved and a good achievement in this session, and they will be very proud in that sense to see that they have got a session of value so far in this encounter. And also too, the batsmen on the Gaia team, they would have been paying close attention to the nature of the pitch at this present moment, knowing that they will have a second innings, and most likely the intention should be to better their first.
.330 for 9, the Leewards. Guyana have sent down some 78 wickets. The Hurricanes lead by 137. Another scoop played there by Cornwall.
It worked.
Well, it worked, but there was a time there when it almost looked as if the fielder running around from slip had a chance of taking a catch. He didn't get 4, and so the score moves up by another 4 runs. Cornwall has been intent on playing this scoop, and now they have moved the fielder from slip and put him down at fine leg. And the Cornwall is driving firmly, refuses the single as it goes all the way down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. And the Cornwall is not showing too much confidence in O'Shane Thomas, who has come out to the wicket. This time he takes the single, and the field is closing in for O'Shane Thomas as Guyana sensing that they can bowl out the Leewards and get the wicket of O'Shane Thomas.
Oh yeah, definitely they would be thinking that. They have done a good job though, coming out after the luncheon interval and being so successful here at Warner Park on day 2 against the Leeward Islands, that is Guyana. So they will have their work cut out for them when they get a second opportunity to bat. And all the batsmen for Guyana, they will have to come very good in their second innings if they're going to save this game, Carla.
Well, the lead, I keep saying, is not a significant. You know, it's over 100, yes, but it's only 142. And in the context of the game and with the time left, if they apply themselves properly, they should be able to bat and bat well. Don't expect them to get bowled out under 200 again. Smith 3 for 62. Delivery, it strikes him on the pad, shout goes up, and the umpire says no.
Let us have a look and see and why the umpire came to that decision.
Wide on the crease, with the angle, drifting down leg. That's going to miss.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good decision by the umpire. Well, a more attacking field placement. Well, that's understandably so.
Again wide on the crease, and Thomas is playing all around it. Misses. It also misses the stumps.
Yeah, and I think the bowler he was trying for a yard. Well, what could have been considered a full toss delivery, and Thomas just didn't connect.
Leeward's at lunch were 280 for 4. Carty was at 91. He only added 1 more run to his lunchtime score. And Hamilton was on 66.
I've seen that pattern being consistent a lot of times in cricket matches, Carlisle, just before intervals or just after intervals. Wickets goes down, but in the way and the fashion that the Leeward Islands batsmen were dismissed, the majority of them gave their hands away.
Again taken on the pad, but again with the angle on the onside. And so the over comes to an end. And O'Shane Thomas survives.
Yes, and really, Cornwall will be very pleased that he has survived, and the captain Cornwall, will try to see how he can advance the total for the Leeward Islands, and also more importantly, the lead. Wow, a lovely day continues here for cricket, and periods before lunch or this morning, at times it was looking a little, well, not a little, it was overcast at times, but at this present moment now it's ideal conditions for cricket. There is also a nice stiff breeze coming across the ground. We can see from on the southern or Lozak Road end where that those tarpaulins are. We can see that even from the players' uniforms, lusterly blowing in the wind, and the wicket keeper, for example, you can see his trousers where it's moving very fluently. So that also suggests too that the seam bowlers for the Leeward Islands should be, if that percentage of wind continues, some movements when they get the opportunity to bowl.
The Guyana team has now gone to a position from when they had one fielder close in on the onside to 9 fielders on the boundary.
Have you ever seen that before?
I've never seen this in cricket before, but you live and you learn.
Well,
only the keeper and the bowler are not fielding on the boundary.
This is
Cornwall
the first time I've
facing.
seen this.
Hitting in the air, the fielder down at long off is chasing in, doesn't get there, and they won't have a single either.
No, but this is the first time, Carlisle, that I've seen this in any format of cricket where the 9 fielders are out in deep positions.
I should have had a drone to take a picture of this. I'm not sure if I'm going to see this again. Cornwall is playing around this one, taken on the pad, out LBW. And so the last wicket for the Leewards, that wicket goes down. Ali Mohammed has picked up another wicket. The Leewards are all out. And Cornwall is the last batsman to go, 335 for the loss of all 10 wickets. And Ali Mohammed has picked up a 5-4.
Yes, and very well bowled, and many congratulations there to the Guyanese for really dominating that post-lunch session and bowling out the Leewards for 335 runs.
And the Leewards, therefore, being bowled out. Good work by Guyana. Earl Smithson is getting set to come in, but not before he gives you the scorecard. Mikael Louis, he made 73, 22 to Kadeem Henry, 92 to Casey Carty, Kareem Agor 1, Joel Andrew 16, Jamal Hamilton 80, Justin Graves 8, Hayden Walsh not, Raheem Cornwall 26, Spencer no score, O'Shane Thomas left not out and no score. There were 17 extras in the inning, made up of 3 byes, 6 wides, 8 no balls. And so the Leewards 335 for 9 in 79 overs and 2 balls. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed picking up 5 for 91, 3 for 62 to Niall Smith, and 2 for 61 to Kemo Paul. And so it's the end of the Leewards inning. Leewards leading the Guyana team on first inning, and we'll be back with you for more play after the innings break.
Well, good afternoon from Warner Park once more. And we're about to see the Guyana team taking their second knock, going out to bat a second time. I'm pretty certain that they would have been thinking that they would have been fielding long into the afternoon, but we saw a dramatic collapse here by the Leeward Islands after lunch. They went in to lunch with their score on 280 for 4. And they were all out after lunch for 335 with Casey Carey just adding 1 to his lunchtime score. He got to 92, Hamilton got to 80. And of course yesterday, Mikhail Louis, he got to 73 runs, and the Leeward Islands batted for 79.3 overs. So really capitulating here at Warner Park, and they're back in the field. Of course, they would have enjoyed a bit of a lead. The Guyana team batting first would have made some 193 runs. But Spencer starts from the far end. And good afternoon, Victor. Certainly, Guyana might have thought that they would have been in the field at this point. Leeward's though not playing it smartly, coming out and succumbing to some white bowling from the Guyanese team, with Ali Mohammed picking up 5 for 90.
Good afternoon, Earl, and to all our viewers. And really a lot of indiscretions were on behalf of the Leeward Islands batsmen just coming out after lunch. But that's how the game of cricket goes at times. But here is Guyana now. Will be trying to do a better job in their second innings.
So a lead of 142, the Leewards. This one is defended by Nando. It goes square of the wicket on the offside. Useful lead, but nevertheless not the sort of lead that the Leeward Islands would have been hoping for. They no doubt would have been thinking some somewhere close in the region of some 200 plus. But they would have to make do with the lead that they would have accumulated. Spencer from the fine.
No run. No.
Nando's getting this one into the onside.
No ball signal.
And no ball being signaled. And it's now 2 for no loss, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So Matthew Nandu, left-handed batsman, he's partnered by Perez. He was starting with 2 slips, gully point, extra cover. Turned off his slips down to Louis, comes off the backward square boundary and the single. Tunandu takes him off the mark.
Come on here.
So it's now 3 for no loss. Scoreboard showing that the Leeward Islands would have to bowl some 40 overs in the remaining day's play. They're halfway through. 41 overs as a matter of fact. They're halfway through the first of these 41 overs. Another 40 overs after this. This one seemed to have jumped up a bit at the batsman Perez, but he played it well in the end and kept it down. So another 40 overs after this, and yesterday of course we would have fallen short by some 12 overs. So Victor, it seems as though we certainly should be getting out of here a lot earlier today. Play of course ending at 5:30 yesterday.
Yeah.
Another single to this time to Perez as he works this one off his hips down to long leg. So first over done. And Guyana, they are 4 for no loss.
Yes, and the openers for Guyana in their second innings, they will be most likely thinking about giving their team.
In fact, my apologies, that was just a crossover there by the batsman, the left and right combination. So there's one delivery left in this over. The over now comes to an end. And at the end of it, the score remains on 4 for no loss.
Shane Thomas is going to have his ball on this second innings. In the first innings, he opened the attack from the southern end, or Lozak Road end, but now he's going to open in the second innings from the northern end. So Hakeem Cornwall is using a different approach in the second innings of how he is going to utilize his opening bowlers.
Yes, but we would have seen that Cornwall quickly switches bowlers around. I remember he came on with that one over in which he picked up the wicket and bowled a maiden just to switch the bowlers around. I suspect that with the breeze blowing from east to west or northeast to southwest, he figures that the left arm they're coming from the far end would have some assistance with the breeze, and it would suit Thomas. The right arm fast, who is bowling over the wicket and who looks to nip it back into the right-hander. It would suit him a lot better. As we take a view there, that's in the party stand area once more. So Shane Thomas will start. Driven nicely, and picks up 4 in fact. He crosses in fact it's 6. It was in the air. It was driven in the air. And it went all the way. That's a very good shot by Perez over extra cover.
Yeah, that was timed beautifully. I myself thought momentarily too that it was going to be four, but he did clear, and that is one of the more difficult areas to really hit a six for many batsmen. So that was really very good execution. He timed it well.
I think he would have used the pace of O'Shane Thomas quite well. And it went all the way, well struck there by Perez.
Well, also too with the right and left hander, and also too if they can keep getting those boundaries and also exchanging the strike, the bowlers have to be thinking differently when you bowl into the left hander than the right hander.
This time he's getting runs into the onside. He works it off the pads, would get at least two, could get three. As Louis chases after it. Just 2 runs though. So interesting though, Joel Andrew has taken the gloves this innings. We have Jamal Hamilton at second slip, sorry. How could I mistake Jamal Hamilton for Raheem Cornwall or vice versa? This one is a better length delivery. On about off stump, and Perez has to defend. Drops it in front of him. So there are 3 slips, a gully in place for O'Shane Thomas. There's a point. And there's a short mid-off on the onside. Mid-on. And what could be described as a short square leg, neither forward nor back. Short lifting outside the off stump through to the keeper. There's also a long leg back on the boundary.
Yeah, well, good judgment there by the batsman. You didn't need to attempt any stroke at that delivery. It was short and rising outside the off stump, and the batsman, seeing that there's 3 slips and a gully, and the wicketkeeper standing back, would know that Thomas is going to be looking to line up most of his deliveries on centre and just about off stump.
This time it goes down to third man for 4. Just opening the face of the bat slightly, Perez, and getting it in the gap and down to the boundary for 4. So good start here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And the runs are coming quickly.
Yeah, he controlled it nicely. He wasn't trying to hit it too hard. He just actually used the pace and guided it. And that also is a hallmark too in batsmanship, where not at all times you go hard at every delivery or almost every delivery that you would have faced. So good thinking there by the batsman.
Hit the shot though by Thomas. So it's better. Angled into the right-handed Perez, who kept it out well. Played it back to the bowler. So we've had 2 overs completed, and it's 16 for no loss. So a very quick start here for the Guyana team.
Well, yes, you're so right. It's a quick start, but they would need to also have it consolidated by putting a good partnership, a good foundation in the second innings for their team Guyana. And how even at this present situation, it would be very appropriate because the Leewards have a lead of 142. So from that aspect, these two, how valuable their opening partnership can be, that can be a big factor too in the direction that this game would go either way. But at the same time, that is still very far away.
Lead now has been reduced to 126. Another run here down to backward square. And lead now goes down to 125. But these two would have started well, and they've started quickly, quick out of the blocks. And they'll be looking to uh, build a good partnership for the Guyana team and looking to eat into this lead without losing too many wickets. Lots of time left in this game still. And we are only in the second session, not even halfway through the second session as yet of these two. Spencer. So Joel Andrew behind the stumps, keeping wicket. And Jamal Hamilton goes into second slip. Now, we've seen a lot of this happening this season. Hamilton keeping at one point and then taking a rest and handing over the gloves to young Joel Andrew. Interesting approach there by Andrew Victor as I look at him.
Yeah, he is making some good moves.
Well, actually, I was speaking about the way he prepares himself for the next delivery. And let's look at him again. He does not go into a crouch like the other wicket keepers normally do. Let's look at him. He bends over. And just, oh, that's interesting. He just waits there with open gloves, just half bent, not into a full crouch.
That's right, yeah, and half bent is right. And really, I guess that he is more comfortable in that way in keeping, so it might all just boil down to that.
Well, he's getting both gloves to the ball. And interestingly, he backs off while the bowler is walking back to his bowling mark. And then he will take a step or two forward and then get into the slight crouch. And wait for the next delivery. Let's look at him again. Well, this time yes, in fact, he does take the couple of steps forward, comfortable with his approach to keeping as over number 3 comes to an end. And a much better over that time for the Leewards. Just some 2 runs coming from that over. And it's 18 for no loss.
Yes, and the two openers for Guyana in this second innings thus far, they're looking quite comfortable out there, and they have been also accumulating the singles quite nicely, as it is a left and right-hander out there, so the bowlers will usually have to address their variations in terms of line and length while bowling to the left-hander, and the difference now bowling to the right-hander.
Thomas, though, will continue from this end. Perez has to defend.
For a moment from that delivery, it looked like he just squared up Perez a little, but then he was in full control. He played it comfortable in the end, getting right behind it.
I think the extra pace from Thomas perhaps screwing up the batsman. Ooh, this one just moved away slightly from the batsman. That's a good one.
Yeah, beauty.
And, beat him all ends up.
And he placed it in the appropriate area too, just on our about off stump, making a little height also too.
Just outside off stump,
Yeah.
to be more exact, and moving slightly away from the right-handed Perez, who was lucky not to have gotten an outside edge. Perhaps the delivery a bit too good for the right-hander Perez. Oh, he's backing away and staying into the gully region. And Victor, some would say that for that previous delivery, a better batsman would have gotten an edge to it.
Yeah, I like that analysis there. But at the same time, though, that one was rising on the batsman too. It looked like it had some inward movement, probably, and not probably, most likely that is why Perez had to be backing away a little to the leg stump. But then he controlled it well. He kept it down. That was the more important thing.
I think he was hurried into the shot, though. Delivery which might have been a trifle quicker than the previous delivery. Oh, this time he picks up the length and allows it to throw outside the off stump.
Yeah, and with some fast bowlers too, and I've been observing O'Shane Thomas, he basically delivers most of his deliveries from the center of the crease, and well, you know you can't go outside the return crease, but it will be good when you're going to be trying for the in swinger, especially if you go a little wider, knowing that you cannot go outside to bring it into the right hander. But let me see if he might have a difference with this delivery now.
Yes, certainly that one took off and beat Perez through the keeper.
Well, he made a lot much more effort in terms of what he put into the delivery, and really it made good height too, and it beat the batsman. But luckily for Perez that he did not get an inch with the two slips waiting and the gully and the wicket keeper standing back. But extra pace there from O'Shane Thomas.
Yes, certainly working up a bit of steam here at Warner Park. This time Perez is in behind it, plays it well. The over comes to an end. And that's a made over from O'Shane Thomas.
Yeah, a good one. And sometimes, as Sir Andy Roberts used to say, as one of the better fast bowlers that Test cricket have seen, in that it is always very important in terms of letting the batsman see you coming from different angles within the crease. Once you do not go outside the return crease, but coming close there, coming in the middle, coming closer to the stump and so forth. But it said all that you have to be worked out through practice. You just don't go into a match and do certain things. But that also is a good idea, even though it is a technical way of bowlers like himself think that he will get better results in that aspect.
Spencer played up to mid-on, and Durham is on the field for Henry. Henry left the field at the end of the last over. He fields.
You mentioned earlier, Earl, and really with Spencer bowling from that southern end, I think it is very appropriate in truth with the wind that coming across the ground from east to west, and he being the left armour. So good thinking by Cornwall, the captain.
Coming over the wicket. This one is driven powerfully and half stopped there by the bowler. And Ricochet goes just to the right of Durham, who fields and preventing what could have been a boundary. It was well struck there by Nando. But the bowler fielding well to his own bowling. So Xavier Spencer played nicely. That's a lovely shot. Just slightly skew of the wicket on the offside and down to the boundary for four. Cut away nicely by Nando. And, very pleasing to the eye. Good shot. His first boundary.
And looking at it on the replay too, that what Nando did, he got further across to the off stump, just bent over it slightly and struck it all along the ground, as you quite rightly said, into the point boundary for four. So shuffling and getting and making certain that he was well in line with delivery and earning himself another good boundary. So, openers for Guyana thus far, they have started well, looking good, both of them.
22 for no loss. Oh, this one is a no ball for height. It was full down the onside above the waist. And no ball signal there by umpire Gustad, who is now operating from the far end. Let's see. Seems as though he would have made another signal after. And would have had some words with the square leg umpire. But it's now 23 for no loss though.
And throughout the game thus far, that both umpires have been very alert, and I think on a consistent pattern they have called the no balls quite early. So that from that aspect of the officiating, that has been spot on, which is very good.
Nando, of course, is a very short man. It does not take much for a ball to get above his waist. Very low to the ground. But he's stylishly defending one back to the bowler. So, to a man like you, Victor, that one might have passed knee high.
You certainly got it right. Yeah, well, different stature of players, and right, Nando is very short in stature, very relaxed and look comfortable in his stance, though.
But here is he going to his full limited height and drops it in front of him into the offside. And Henry goes back onto the field. And Durham leaves.
It looks like Hayden Walsh Jr. is coming off of the field. Is he?
Yes.
Yes, he has left the field of play.
So, in fact, Durham would stay. And he goes out towards point. And, in fact, he stays at extra cover as Thomas will continue. So, but the weather certainly has cleared up nicely. And that haze that we would have seen earlier around Nevis Peak seemed to have drifted away. But it's Thomas here. Perez is defending into the offside. It's another short lifting delivery. Leeward's just reminding listeners that at lunch 280 for 4. And then fold in rather quickly after lunch for 335. And enjoying a lead of 142 runs on first innings. Guyana started well. And, 23 for no loss. Short lifting outside the off stump. And Perez is not bothered by that one. He just pulls himself inside the line of that one and allows it through to the keeper.
Rightly so, good assessment by Perez. There's no need to really do anything indiscretion at this particular moment. Let the bowlers earn your wicket. Don't give your wicket away.
This time he has to play a delivery on about off stump. And much better length also. Perez is in behind the defense.
Yes. Good, very good technical approach by Perez. Well, both opening batsmen in that aspect really. And what is also good too about this opening partnership is the left and right hand at the crease, and if they can stay there for a good period of time, it will serve Guyana well.
Victor, for someone who would have played the game though, having if you put yourself in the position of being on a team, take for example the Leewards, in a very good position with a very good lead, and then fold in and giving back a bit of advantage to the opposing team. What would have felt going into the field for a second time?
One, first to start with, the opening bowlers bowling. I will have a forward short leg, and even
No, but what I'm trying to get
Oh,
from you, Victor,
sorry.
is how would you have reacted mentally and so on to, I would say, throwing away a very good situation.
oh, you mean in terms of
And having to go back out there in the field a lot earlier than you would have expected.
yeah, that at times would mentally would have caused
Ooh, that one certainly beat Perez outside the off stump. It seemed to have jagged away from him.
yeah, that would have caused big dissatisfaction in terms of how it was approached after lunch, and then you'd still have to pull back quickly, recognizing, well, that is the past now, and focus on what you will try to do for the future. So in that aspect, it all come down to the mentality of all the players. Then in that situation, realizing that there was such an excellent opportunity, and here was so much indiscretions which came in, and we're having a lovely picture there of the Bastille area, as our viewers can see, as we are giving our deliberations right here from Warner Park. So that is quite picturesque, and in the distance you can see part of a bird rock area and the deep water port area. We are further out into the seaside area. So, and a lovely picture also too of the Nevis Peak in the background. So that is a very nice, attractive picture.
Yeah, but back to the game on hand, I think though that the Ghana team, their spirits would have lifted quite considerably, having come back from a very tricky situation, I would say.
Yes, yes.
And just restricting the lead to 142, but we have a bowling change at the far end. And the captain himself comes on, Cornwall, comes on very early in the innings.
Yes, indeed.
Starts by giving away 2 runs there to Nando.
Yeah, and you're right, whereby it would have lifted the spirit of all the Guyanese players to come out in the second innings, realizing how successful they were in that session. They might just come out batting a lot better just should that situation presented itself.
Started well here in the second innings, 25 for no loss. And quite early, Cornwall has brought himself into the attack. We are just in over number 7.
Oh, yeah.
And it took quite a while in the first innings before we saw Cornwall into the attack. In fact, he came on early just to switch around the bowlers, and then it was quite some time after before we saw him into the attack. But he's on pretty early in the innings.
Well, and what is good too with him coming in early into the attack, having fielders in attacking position where you have a leg slip and a forward short leg. So from that aspect too, that is good. Looking to.
Is this an over though to switch around the bowlers?
Well,
We'll have to wait and see.
we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see, because that did transpired in the first innings when he then operated from the northern end, but now operating from the southern end.
Well, he obviously likes that end as this one is turned into the mid-wicket region by Nandu and picks up an easy two.
But in the general aspect too, in for the Leeward Islands, they will have to try and make early inroads. They'll have to try and make early inroads and into the batting, and Carlisle Powell is going to come in to rejoin you, Earl Smith.
Yes, and so we have had some 7 overs completed. It's 27 for no loss. And Macho Nando is on 10. Perez is on 15. And certainly this has been a good start by the Guyanese Harpy Eagle. So really and truly Carlisle has joined me. In fact, we are going to see a double change. So spinners coming into the attack quite early. Hayden Walsh Jr. comes into the attack. So certainly Carlisle, the Guyanese team, they would be feeling a lot happier at this point. Perhaps thinking that they might have been out in the field still. But having dismissed the Leeward Islands for 335 runs, they have given themselves a chance.
Yeah, the Leewards folded, losing 6 wickets for 55 runs after lunch.
But Walsh starts a bit short, it's punched into the offside, and it's 4.
Poor delivery. That was something of a medium pacer to loosen up and punch down to the vacant cover boundary to pick up 4 runs.
So not a very good start by Walsh. 31 it is now for no loss. And well timed there by Perez. And he has gone on to 19 from 27 deliveries. Nando is on 10. But the 2 batsmen for the Guyanese team, they're comfortable. And they've started well. And 31, the lead now for the Leewards 111.
It's a much better delivery.
Well, in contrast to the match that he would have had here against Trinidad and Tobago, he certainly bowled a lot better yesterday. And he would have picked up 2 wickets in that innings, being introduced into the attack quite early in the second innings. So seem to have settled into a better length after bowling that poor delivery, the first up. It is a quick single into the onside. If Guyana, of course, could get to this deficit with the minimum loss of wickets, they could find themselves very much into this game. Lots of time left, Carlisle.
That's the point I was making earlier, in that there is so much time left in the game. And with a small lead on first inning, Guyana are back in the game. And the Leewards would have to take wickets and take them regularly.
Certainly. They would have to certainly try and capitalize on the slight advantage they would have. And, you know, it's ironic that a lead of 142 is a slight advantage, but having said that, it's a good batting track. The Guyana team is a good batting team. Lots of time left in the game. So at this point, we could only say it's a slight advantage. quite early, though Walsh has opted to introduce himself and Cornwall.
Cornwall has opted to introduce
Oh,
himself.
Cornwall,
and
sorry.
Walsh.
Cornwall and Walsh, sorry.
But they're having quite an attacking field here, though. Short delivery and spanked away into the offside, into the onside for 4 runs. Just loose.
Yes,
And there is no fielder down at backward square.
Perez capitalizing that time on that one. So, good start here for Guyana, 36 for no loss. And of course, they'll be looking to increase this lead. Cut into this lead rather. Decrease the lead without losing too many wickets. That one nipped back into the right-handed Perez, who jabbed down and it quickly kept it out. Easy swinging into the onside and getting more runs. And it's just 4 runs, swinging it square off the wicket and picking up 4. So Perez certainly is going to go for his shots, and he has rushed on to 28. It's now 40 for no loss.
With the field that was set by the captain, that was always going to be easy. He cannot afford to bowl too straight because he had a leg slip, a forward short leg, straight mid-wicket, a slip. Nobody was out down at backward square. So anytime he got straight, that was always going to give up runs.
Well, he has made an adjustment. He has put Walsh at square leg. But that's the end of that over. 40 for no loss.
The field suggests that the pitch was doing something, that there was great turn or bounce or something like that. I haven't seen that yet, so maybe that is yet to come. But for him, with that field that he had set so aggressively, he could not afford to bowl straight and he could not afford to pull down anything short. And every time he did that, he got struck away for boundaries. Twice in the over, 8 runs in the over.
Before lunch, we would have discussed, Victor and myself, we would have discussed the fact that we have not seen much turn on this track so far, and hardly any lateral movement for the fast bowlers. What we have seen mostly is a bit of bounce from this track.
And in that case, then he had to offer himself and Hayden Walsh some protection. And he didn't do that. He has now conceded, though. There's a mid-wicket out.
There's one turn back of the square for a single. Seamers, of course, for Guyana. They were the ones who would have picked up all of the wickets for Guyana. And spinners, Pamal, Sinclair, and then Ned, they went wicketless. Of course, in the first innings for the Leewards, Cornwall would have picked up some wickets.
3.
3 for 25. Walsh 2 for 26. And then you had Graves 2 for 30 and Thomas 2 for 48. So for the Leewards, the wicket spread across the bowlers. Once again, looking at Guyana batting, this track appears to be very easy paced. Batting looks rather easy. Quick single. In fact, an easy single in the end. And the Perez picks up another run. 41 it is now. Guyana lead just 101. And with every run scored by Guyana, without losing a wicket, the lead becomes more and more insignificant.
Walsh has settled into a nice rhythm here. The difference between now and when I saw him in the game against Trinidad and Tobago, he has shown more control in the short time that I'm seeing him. He's also put in a little bit more zip on the ball, so he's bowling a little faster, and his accuracy has improved. He's looking a better bowler than when I saw him last.
Yes, and you know, it's not an optical illusion. He certainly bowled the same way in the first innings when he did bowl. So, as you rightly put it, he's looking a much different bowler to when we saw him the last time he in St. Kitts. And he's certainly been putting in a good spell. Started badly, giving away 4, but then has picked up. But here we see a single down to backward square. So this is the sort of start, Carlisle, that the Guyanese team would have been hoping for. And, they're hoping that these two would eat into the lead as much as possible, or even get them to the lead without losing a wicket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
In over number 11, and after this one we have another 30 overs left in the day's play, and this one is going down to words. The boundary. They're back for 2. Going down to towards the fine leg boundary, and able to pick up 2 runs there. So yesterday, Carlisle, just 77 overs being delivered in the day's play, and falling short by some 13 overs. Well, 12 overs in fact, because the Guyana team was dismissed. And earlier today we saw the umpires, of course, having words with the captain, no doubt, trying to get them to speed things up. So we're on target for an early finish today, and hopefully with all the overs being bowled today. This one goes into the mid-wicket region. They should get another 2 runs here, and they're doing it quite easily. Runs are coming quite easily for Guyana. And the lead now just in double figures into the 90s. It's now 47 for no loss off 11 overs. So they're going at over 4 runs per over.
Spencer and Thomas shared 6 overs between them. None for 11 to Thomas, none for 12 to Spencer. And then the spinners came into the attack. But yes, they're scoring at a fairly good clip. What's that? 11 overs gone?
11 overs, 4.27. The scoring rate. So whilst we'll continue, at the end of this over, we'll have Victor Eddie once more, Carlisle. So whilst really uh, finding his mojo, bowling a better line and length. And he's really showing much better control here. There we saw him giving that one a bit more loop. But the length was good and the line was good. Stone is driven, but it goes up to mid-off. And they can't score. Finds Casey Cat in the way. Like the approach of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, though, the approach has been very positive. Perez in particular.
Guyana batsman.
Guyana, sorry. Why am I thinking Trinidad and Tobago? I know my producer is from Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, they're playing Jamaica over the Interuba. That match should have started already. That's a day-night match. This one is outside the off-stump, bounces away. Probably getting a bit tired myself. It's a long day yesterday, Carlisle. Shortish, but just goes as far as Hamilton is a short extra cover. The over comes to an end. At the end of that over, 47 for the loss. Guyana batting a second time.
Earl makes his way out, having said he had a long day yesterday, so I'll compare you, Earl. But I'll tell you first of all that Guyana 47 for no loss after 12. Into primary yesterday, got to my home after 8 p.m. My domino friends came around and we played dominoes until after midnight. Nice single, nice quick single, good work, and good feeling, good backing up by the Leewards as well. But they called early, and the non-striker was running to the danger end. He was on his wheels in a hurry, and they got through for a good single. Welcome back, Victor.
Yeah, thank you very much, dear Carlisle, and very, very good singer.
This was your home ground, Warner Park. Which
One
team did you play for?
I started out with Renown, and then later on in my career, I then eventually went with Hainsmith Cricket Club.
Oh, okay.
Locally.
And so this was your home ground with Renown.
Yes.
On which one of the pitches, east or west or center?
Well, really, it was west. On the football field was the Renown pitch, and on the eastern side, as it was then, was Progressive Cricket Club, and then the center was St. Christopher.
Okay. So 3 clubs based at Warner Park in the old days? Or more?
Well, there were more, but in terms of who had access more to the pitches, then it was Renown on the western side, St. Christopher the main turf, and then Progressive on the eastern side. And Livingston Sargent actually played for Progressive Cricket Club over the years, along with people like Auckland Hector and so forth. The late Auckland Hector.
And you started very early, so you must have seen the great man Curry.
Yeah, oh yeah, I've seen a lot of Leroy Curry, and what was one of the more memorable times is when I think it was the Leewards who played against Australia here, and the late Edgar Gilbert got 86 runs there against that team too, and he was a very big spinner of the ball, right arm leg break and googly bowler, and in the combination between, well, the umpires have now just took off the bails, so it is the tea time interval. But they were very good, experienced bowlers in that combination at that time.
So the Leewards, having been bowled out for 339, with Mohammed getting 5 for 91, Carty 92, Hamilton 80, Lewis 73. Guyana coming out to bat. At tea time, they are 49 for no loss, having made a good start. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes or so. welcome back to Warner Park, where the umpires are out in the middle. We're on day 2 of the game, Leewards against Guyana. And the Leewards resumed this morning at 143 for 4, went to lunch at 280 for 4, and then saw a spectacular collapse to see them all out for 335, and 5 wickets going to Ali Mohammed. And then the Guyana team, before lunch, before tea, the correction, 49 for no loss from 13 overs. Nando is on 16, Perez is on 30, and the Leewards are back on the field. The batters for Guyana will soon join them, and we'll have playing the final session. 28 overs left in the day's play, Victor. And so yesterday, if the going was a little bit slow, the game has gone full speed today.
Yes, and good afternoon to you, Carlisle, and all our viewers, and a very good start by both Perez and Nando for Guyana, opening in this their second innings, and they have looked quite comfortable before the tea interval, and no doubt the instructions from the dressing room would obviously, guys, stick it out like how you did before the tea time. No indiscretions. Keep accelerating. Exchange the strikes. When they lose deliveries, if they present themselves, execute them, and try and come in not out with curtailing the 93 which the Leeward Islands have left in terms for their first for Guyana to erase. But this will be another interesting period of play. But the two openers, as we saw, Carl, before the tea interval, they looked whereby no bowler really presented any difficulty or challenges for them.
They scored easily. They're trailing by 93 runs, and we're seeing a change. O'Shane Thomas will come back into the attack and will bowl from the media center end. And we're at Warner Park, ground which in the old days used to see 2 domestic league matches being played at the same time, one on the eastern pitch, one on the western pitch, and the center pitch was there saved for bigger matches. We're on the way after lunch. After tea, Perez is defending into the offside and just trotting off to get the blood going. Never a chance of a single there. And I engage you about Leroy Curry, the great right-arm spinner from St. Kitts. And I'm going to test your memory, Victor, and look at some of the older players. And so St. Kitts had Leroy Curry, and Nevis had another Parry before Derek Parry.
David Parry.
Driven into the offside, that's a pleasant looking shot. It will go all the way to the boundary for 4. Just over pitched, and he just leant into it and played it easily, did Perez. And down to the vacant extra cover boundary. In the slot, and he didn't try to hit it too hard. He just stroked it pleasantly and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, reminiscence of a player like Stuart Williams, who was a caresser of that cover drive, and really a lot of times once the emphasis is placed on timing with the pace of the ball, and that was a good cover drive. Yes, Leroy Curry in that era, that was very good. Well, it used to be said that Derek Michael from Antigua was his son. And then when it came to St. Kitts, Hesketh Benjamin and his opening batsman was Ed Atherton's son. Because Ed Atherton used to get him consistently. And I will tell you a little more about what I thought about Ed Atherton too.
Easy single into the onside.
Yes, indeed. And
50 partnership has come up. It came up with that 4.
And a no ball now also signal. And a no ball also signal. And yes, a very good start by Guyana in their second innings. Ed Atherton was a master swinger of the ball. At 10 o'clock, at any commencement of a Leeward Islands match tournament opening, the conditions, if they were just ideal, like we are here now at Warner Park, brilliant sunshine. He just had the art of swinging it both ways, outwards and inwards. And every time that Nevis played against St. Kitts and Hesketh Benjamin and a one by the name of Rollins, Lassell Rollins used to open for St. Kitts, Nevis used to know that Hesketh Benjamin was not going to last long as Ed Atherton going to open the bowling for Nevis. And that was consistent. And this is a thing that happens as one is played quietly down to mid-off and there is no run. When those of us who know some of the history of the cricket and speak about it fairly and so on, it doesn't matter how the perception, how it goes over to those who are listening. Once it's reality, it is reality. And that is my conclusion as an analysis. I try to be as fair as possible to what I've seen and what I think about players.
First over after lunch, we are 3 deliveries in. Nando is defending into the offside, no runs. Let me tell you, had a deep appreciation of his ability as a captain. I remember many years ago, Tim Hector was the featured speaker at an awards dinner held at the Great Four Seasons Hotel in Nevis. And at the end of the lecture, we engaged him in discussion outside the hall until after midnight. Turned away into the onside. There's a fielder down at long leg, so they'll only get a single. Nando gets another run. And Ed Atherton stunned me because he said emphatically that the best captain he had ever seen was Ed Atherton. And as a youngster, I jumped in and I said, but Viv Richards never lost a series as a test captain. And he said, I know, Ed was a better captain.
Yeah, you see, and the level of Tim Hector as such an in-depth person in terms of how he saw the game and his vast knowledge and so forth. And now that you have drawn that conversation to me, and for what I did see of or saw of Atherton, which is the past tense, he was very exceptionally good as a captain, his leadership skills. And I'll tell you furthermore too, that players like El Comido Willett and Derek Parry, the younger players, Ed Atherton was such a quality person too in terms of giving them their perspective roles and how to play and operate against certain batsmen or bowlers and so forth. That kind of leadership quality. And that also elevated persons like Derek Parry and more specifically El Comido Willett.
This incident must have happened about 25 years ago, at least. And I remember challenging the great man whom I really admired.
Which was
And,
which one of the greater ones?
Tim Hector.
Yeah.
And I said to him, you have to illustrate your point. And he said, I'll take you back to 1969, youngster. He said, Nevis went to Antigua to play against Antigua in the Leeward Islands tournament. And they were at the ARG. And he said, Ed Atherton, how are you? How is your team? He said, we're well. He said, how do you plan to take care of Michael? He said, I have a youngster. That's him, El Comido Willett. Said, he must be new. I don't know of him. He said, well, he is going to take care of Michael. He said, how? Bowl and card. And he said, amazingly, that is exactly what happened. He said he had the greatest respect for Ed Atherton as a tactician and a leader of men.
Yes, he was exceptional. Yeah, I can conclude to that in terms for what I saw him demonstrating when he was in leadership positions. But here we are, though. It's Guyana. And
Changing bowling at the far end. Justin Graves has come in.
Okay, then.
And so all pace in the attack after tea.
But an interesting conversation, in truth, and it's about Ed Atherton. And Tim Hector was such a value and precise and honest person in his analysis of how we saw things, because we were very fortunate in 1972 in the Benson and Hedges under 19 tournament, which was held in Barbados. He was our manager.
Okay.
And Hugo was the captain. And I was having that as one went down the leg side. There is no run. I had that conversation with Earl Smitten sometime during our broadcast, whereby when we had that mind of Tim Hector as the manager. That adds so much value to the outcome of that series. And I'm not certain which one of the teams in that tournament that we did defeated on first innings, but 3 others we defeated outright. And
That would have resulted in a win for you.
yes,
in that
it did.
tournament.
It did. And from there, so many of us never looked back. And here is the Guyanese going to get more runs. It's getting close to the boundary. Did it have the legs to cross? It might have just been pulled back. We'll wait and see if there is any signal. No. So 2 more good-looking runs advances their cause Guyana. And these two have approached it quite nicely, Carlisle.
A sensible batting.
Yes, sensible batting. Yes, sensible batting.
But those were the days when Leeward Islands cricket was played annually and where the battles were intense and stuff of legends were made.
And let me also, after this delivery, and it's played into the cover region, a quick single. They're good fielding though, but their batsmen ran quickly, and in the end, they got it quite easily. Combined Islands was playing Trinidad and Tobago in the Queen's Park Oval. It was the Tantimore scenario. I am going out to bat after the Combined Islands now 11 for 3. And El Comido will lead to the back of me, which was almost just about 10:30, saying to me, Victor, I'll see you at lunch. And I listened carefully, and I came back in at lunch.
Not out, of course.
Not out. Going back out, he said again, Victor, see you at tea time. Come back in, not out. And when I come in off the field of play, here was he leaving the contingent of players and coming up and embracing me and said, well played. And I said, you had so much confidence in me after I had so much respect in how I played you. He said, I know what you would have been capable of. That's why I could have said those 3 scenarios to me. And those who was around me were digging me. Do we really face a ball yet? And he, as you know, he's a humble guy. He didn't make any comment. But after the event, he said, I know the man. He's very cautious. And Inshan Ali and Imtiaz Ali and those guys were, especially at the Queen's Park Oval, really good, eh? And to be quite honest, I put down that as my best innings in regional cricket. But it was based on the circumstances, not the amount of runs.
End of the over, 59 for no loss. And 35 to Perez. Nando is on 20. It's Victor Eddy. And I'm testing his memory and bringing some information of historical value to the commentary.
And let me tell you something further. Nevis playing against St. Kitts in Leeward Islands tournament, that was in Ed Atherton at their time and Leonard Harrison their time, because I was of the generation coming after them. Nevis had St. Kitts 5 wickets down for 2 runs. 5 wickets down for 2 runs. And that's in Grove Park. And Ted Hobson, as the wicket keeper, had dropped. I think he might have dropped.
He did?
He might have. Harris. And really and truly, you know, in those 5 wickets, Ed Atherton would have had about 3 wickets of the St. Kitts batsmen. It was brilliant. And I've had this conversation and many and so on. I used to say to them then, why? Okay, after this is Livy Ocean Thomas.
Another couple of runs, it's worked into the onside. Mid-wicket has to chase back to just forward of square. And so Nando will get 2 more to take him on to 22, and it's now...
And yes,
50 or
61.
It's 61. Yeah,
61.
the score rolling over a little bit slowly that time.
And what you mentioned about Tim Hector saying about Ed Atherton's leadership and captain that he have seen, as he equated as the best captain that he have seen. To me, Ed Atherton was a better bowler than Van Bonholder. I've seen both of them, but the insularity was there for a very long time, you know. Ed Atherton was good.
Worked into the onside again. They're chasing hard. They have completed 1, and that's all they'll have on this occasion. The score will roll over to 62 for the loss of no wicket.
But because every tournament that Ed Atherton played to when he concluded, he was the most dominant in terms of wicket taking throughout the Leeward Islands tournament as an opening bowler, even though Andy Roberts too played close to that similarity of a time and might have even played more Leeward Islands tournament matches than Ed Atherton. But he ended up with a good column of wickets against all the cricketing islands in Leeward Islands cricket tournament.
So Ed Atherton last day here at Warner Park in the company of Elcomido Willett and Livingston Sargent. Here's a delivery which is played away into the offside, no runs. And in those days, even for Leeward Islands tournament, the crowds were huge.
Oh yes, because it was all the inter islands were so competitive, and all the players took it with such a passion that sometimes, Carlisle, to be honest, when I walk the streets and persons will say, "That's Victor Eddie play for St. Kitts," I felt like a king.
Mm.
In terms of that appreciation and acknowledgement and so forth, and when you go to play, you had to. But playing at home usually was more challenging for me at times, because sometimes you can try too hard as a player,
Mm-hmm.
You can try too hard as a player. But most of the times, when the challenge now, where you go to an island like Nevis or Antigua, it worked out better in me as a player and so forth, because I know it was in the spirit of sport where everybody come out to back their team, and it wasn't no hatred. It was the competitive nature of the sport. But I took it in that way, and based upon how my father trained me, because he says one thing I will always remind you to keep in your life: never let anyone lead you to hate.
O'Shane Thomas. And Nando leaves it alone outside the off stump. Edgar Gilbert, he was a bit of an underrated player. He was.
Well,
He did everything. He batted well. He bowled medium pace. He bowled spin.
yeah, and really, El Comido will let know that our relationship would always laugh. But speaking from the historical perspective, right? In 1966, you remember there was a Royal Branca who was taken to England. I thought that would have been the golden opportunity for Edgar Gilbert, in terms that at that time it was a debate, but to me, by extension, Sobers was the greatest all-arounder, but Gilbert was a very valuable one too.
Good
Because-
shot. That's played down to the offside. Extra cover boundary. 4 runs. Was in the slot. And given the treatment there, just came forward and eased it past the field at extra cover. And 4 beautiful runs there down to the boundary.
But I don't just want listeners to take my word, but you yourself, who have a relationship with Livingston Sargent too, and he would have played many Leeward Islands tournaments against the same Edgar Gilbert, he can give you an analysis too of the quality cricketer that Edgar Gilbert was. Because in the same 1965 tour, when we used to have the territorial games where Leewards would play against touring teams, and in Antigua 1965, I'm subject to corrective, but it was somewhere around there, Livingston Sargent scored 127, and Edgar Gilbert scored must be 86 runs in that there. So even sometimes some conversations, Victor, who you think was the better batsman between Livingston Sargent and Leonard Harris? I said Livingston Sargent. Why? Anyway.
Perez is on 39 and is defending away into the offside. Good
And-
afternoon, Livingston Sargent. If you're watching the game, hope that you're doing well.
Yes, and why I said that too, in every Leeward Islands tournament, both of them held the Leeward Islands record for the highest individual score. But every tournament, if I'm not mistaken, Livingston Sargent would have almost scored a century against each island that Davis played against.
I know he did it in 1967.
Okay. But I'm going to go further.
Driven out on the offside, no runs. In 1967, I'm told that Livingston Sargent scored a century against every team in the domestic competition in Nevis except one. And then in the Leeward Islands tournament, he scored a century against all of the competing teams.
Which was
He
Montserrat.
he was run out for 0 against St. Kitts in the first inning and came back in the second inning and got 100.
Oh, yeah, man. Livingston Sargent. And also, too, by extension, as he got another international 100 against Glamorgan right here at Warner Park. So, even if how persons may measure it, but how I measure it. Because the same Leonard Harris too would have played against international teams like he did, but he never scored a century. And based upon the quality of bowlers that you score centuries against also too, that comes into my equation of my analysis. It may not be the most popular for a lot of viewers, but I think those who would know both of them achievements would agree with what I've stated in that aspect. And I know genuinely because even further, my father, the late Austin Alvinetti, we had this conversation. He said, Victor, I believe if El Comido Willett and Derek Parry had this opportunity to play the same amount of test matches like Ramadan and Valentine, they would have broken their record.
Graves is bringing Nando forward. He's driving back down in the offside of the pitch and he doesn't score. Victor, Eddie and I are filling in the gaps in terms of history of Leeward Islands cricket. And I'm sure the stories are the same in all of the islands.
But to my conversation, what I just said previously before, and I appreciate the commendations, I believe that they had that amount of ability and talent and skills in combination, because I'll tell you why. Oh, why? That's a good take by the keeper. Good take. It was going further down the leg side, and he did well. The keeper diving to his right, and that was the final delivery of that over.
66 for no loss Guyana, and we are showing remaining on the board 24 overs.
You remember, was it the Leeward Islands or Combined Islands? I'm subject to correction. But I think Derek Parry came out with, 15 wickets in a game there? And
That's Combined Islands.
Yeah. Because I could remember distinctly where he told Michael Findlay, I prefer Victor at first slip. It didn't go down too well with Survey. But the bowler has the command as to, as you know, once he's going to bowl, the captain will say what you want to bowl to, but he specifically said that. And I took 4 catches.
He was securing his wickets in the safe hands of Victor. We've seen a change in bowling. The captain Cornwall has come on to replace O'Shane Thomas from the media centre end. And so, of course, the helmets have come out, one for the keeper and one for the fielder there at forward short leg. And this time the fielder is down at backward square protecting the boundary.
And of the successes regionally, the 2 most matches that were won when I played for the Combined Islands that I truly enjoyed was the one in the Queen's Park Oval, 11 for 3, and the one in Jamaica where Parry got those 15 wickets. Very, very exceptional bowler. Good afternoon to you, Derek.
This one is getting a single. And I don't know if you have sent your condolences because Derek Ricardo Parry lost his mom.
Oh, well, thanks for reminding me. And Derek, now that Carlisle has brought that information and now that we're here disseminating our streamlining here at Warner Park, Guyana against the Leeward Islands, my sincere condolences, Derek, on behalf of your mom passing.
Funeral should be next week, Friday.
Most likely she would have been in her 80s, somewhere, probably, possibly, based upon his age too as a son. You know, I was just estimating it that way, but that's irrelevant to an extent, really.
Another quick single, and the striker had to hurry, that's Nando, to get into his crease. But they're doing this very sensibly, Guyana. 68 for no loss.
Yes, indeed, and that is a segment because, one, to start with, they knew before facing ball one what was the lead that the Leeward Islands have, and they have gone out and really have assessed the situation quite nicely in terms of their shot selection, they're running between the wickets, and this shows quality of thinking the game and batsmanship between these two.
End of the over, and the score is 68 for no loss. 18 overs have been bowled so far in the Guyana second inning. They're still trailing, but they're doing an excellent job of erasing the lead, and they are now trailing by 74 runs.
Yes, and Earl Smithson said it earlier that they're going to bat far better than they did in the first innings, and thus far his pointers have so much value because they are proving it. So, 68 without loss. And that's not so any surprise to me coming from that analysis from Earl Smithson, because he is one of the persons who understands the game very well. And that is the thing too, in terms of our conversation that we are having and so forth, whereby in this aspect, whereby it's more basically a conversation and so forth. And I appreciate everything that you have endorsed to my recollection of thoughts that I can remember. So as soon as they go on, I might just remember more. Oh yes. I think I said it at the renaming when I was offered an opportunity to say a few words when they were renaming it the El Comido Willett Park, where I said, as good as the bowler was Willett, it wasn't such a good delivery then. I thought I played a bad shot. Making an excuse. But really, that then turned the game totally into a Nevis way. Yeah.
But he was an exceptional bowler, and in combination with Derek Ricaldo Parry, he was deadly.
And in the gully fielding area, Luther Kelly is on his way. Luther Kelly is on his way. Raphael Wallace short outside the also. No, but good cricketer, and like he will tell others, and this is reality. In Guyana 1975, when Clive Live drove back that ball to his windpipe and he took it, he saved his own life. He saved his own life.
Played bouncing out into the offside, they'll get a single, and the score moves on by 169 for no loss.
Yes, and really these two for Guyana, but in the second time, and they would know now that both of them, that's Perez and Nandu, they have gotten the appropriate start that their team required. So they certainly know there is no need for any indiscretions for the way how they are batted. Let the bowlers then earn their wickets in that sense, and that will be a good achievement for these two openers.
We're reduced now to 2 slips. Cornwall, the captain, is standing wide at first slip, and Jama Hamilton is in what would be considered a 4th slip position.
One of the things we did observe too also, and I think it was more so on Earl's behalf, Earl Smithson, whereby sometimes captains place a slip card in whereby it's neither first slip or second slip, and like it's a no man's land position. What is your aspect about that? But here's more runs.
Turn down to backward square, and a couple more to add to the total to make it 71 for no loss. At the end of that over, good sensible batting, and Guyana, they have really done well today, particularly late in the session after lunch, when the Leewards lost 6 wickets for 55 runs, and then coming back out after tea. They are now showing a score of 71 for no loss. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they trail by 71 runs, and Earl Smithson is standing by after another over. He will come in to replace me. I think he is like in the stories. You played with a gentleman called Lipton Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll ask for your opinion of the tall policeman fast bowler.
Yeah, well, Lipton held his own, and he came to at a time when the nucleus of fast bowlers in the region was very good, but he was also very good in my estimation, Lipton Griffin. And there was also James Maris Hatcho of St. Kitts, late James Harris too, and in combination, they were very good, but Lipton Griffin, he was also a very good fast bowler too. So we have really, in the Leeward Islands, we have a lot of our historical perspective to be proud of. And even though a lot of us didn't make it to the final pinnacle, but our contribution, Leewards and regional cricket, was very outstanding, because when you look at a guy like a Fitzroy Buffon from Montserrat, who was a good batsman, but couldn't hold a regular place in the Leeward Islands team. When you look at a Stephen Greedy Leibert from St. Kitts, also too, good batsman that then couldn't hold. So players then who got their first opportunities knew that there was no area of failure, because who were the alternatives, and they were just as good.
71 for no loss. Guyana still trailing by 71. And here's a delivery which is left alone there by Nando. And very well judged.
Yeah, good judgment, good judgment. Knowing where that off stump is very, very important. But I'm very interested in terms of how these two openers have approached their innings in the second innings for Guyana.
It's the end of the over. It's the end of my stint. And I tell you that we have 21 overs remaining in the day's play. And after words from Victor Eddy, you will hear from Earl Smitten.
Yes, and Carlisle, that has been very enterprising and convenient, and we do hope that our viewers have been enjoying our conversation. But what is at hand here, it's Guyana against the Leeward Islands, and Guyana batting a second time. They are 71 without loss, and these two, Nando and Perez, have given their team a good start. Welcome back, Earl Smitten. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Yeah, certainly the afternoon has cleared up quite nicely. We are seeing more blue than white. Skies are, very blue. Graves continues from the far end. And attempted flick into the onside miss there by Perez. And Victor, you and Carlisle would have said a lot about the bowling of Ed Diguna Atherton, but I think you guys forgot to mention that he was a very good batsman, a genuine all-rounder, and who would have done well at the Leeward Islands level. King of swing, I would say.
Oh, yes.
Also. Oh, this one is wide. Pretty close to being called a wide there. 71 for no loss.
Well, I did mention that ability of, well, you put it in similarity terms, but he was really a swing master general. He was really good with using that new ball and great swing. But drawing to our attention, now that you have said about his batsmanship too, he was very reliable and good. Yeah.
Of course, 71, they're halfway there to clearing that deficit, Guyana. And another single, 72. So this has been a good start here by these two, Perez and Matthew Nando, who is on 25. Perez is on 43. And, Ted Upson, you guys would have mentioned, he would have dropped Harris in Nevis at the Grove Park when St. Kitts at that point were 5 wickets down for 2 runs. Harris was dropped and went on to make a good score, and St. Kitts eventually won that game. And Ted Upson, who is in his 90s now, still practices law, I understand, still goes to his office, as this one goes to the keeper. And I had a good long chat with him sometime recently, and he told me that many remembers him for dropping that catch off Harris. But a lot of people do not remember him for playing trial cricket for the West Indies in Guyana. He said he, your father, and I think this gentleman from Antigua,
And Tennyson.
and Tonneson,
Yeah, was a fast bowler, yeah.
they traveled to outside the off stump and no shot offered. They would have traveled to Guyana to play trial for the West Indies.
And I think possibly too, I'm subject to correction, there might have been a Sydney Wallin also too. But anyway,
No, I'm not.
Not a
Well,
certain-
he mentioned
Those
at that
three.
time those three.
Okay, yeah,
he, your father, and this gentleman out of Antigua. They would have journeyed
and Tennyson, yeah.
to Guyana to play trial for the West
No, you're
to
right.
make the West Indies team. Those days, this is how the team was selected. He never really got onto the team.
Well, even in those trial matches, I learned that my father was very outstanding as an off spinner. He got some wickets in the trial matches too, there and then. But I don't have the accurate figures to make an acclamation like to what the figures were. But our players never had an easy road from the smaller islands, both Leeward and Windward Islands. So, but we had some very outstanding cricketers at Leeward Islands level who played regional level, and exceptionally those two went on to play Test cricket. So we can be very, very proud of what we have produced and what has been delivered as per capita. No doubt, and Nevis per capita would have produced the most cricketers in our region.
72 for no loss. I think to that 127 you would have alluded to for Livingston Sargent was made against a
MCC.
touring team from England.
Yeah, Ken Higgs and Jeff Jones, and they were Test players at that time who opened the bowling for England. And Livingston Sargent scored 127. Edgar Gilbert scored in the 80s. Very valuable partnership. Yeah, Sargent was brilliant, man. Livingston was good. And he was one who placed so much value on his wicket. It was really that he really gave away his wicket, you know. Bowlers had to earn Sargent's wicket, you know, on most occasions of the innings, which you have seen him play.
Yeah, the only drawback there to that though is that I don't think Sargent ever got a half century at regional level, apart from scoring against international teams. He would have gotten into the 30s. One of the things he would have told me is that because of this one is swung over mid-wicket and it goes all the way and it's 6. That's a good shot by Perez. So with that shot it goes to 49. It's now 78 for no loss.
Yeah, and both batsmen shot selection has been very good, and that was a very good execution from Perez. It was a delivery that Cornwall left a little longer in flight. He saw it, and he struck it well over the wide long-off boundary for 6. That is true, Earl, but in terms of, in that time with Livingston Sargent and they...
One of the things he would have told me, Victor, is that in terms of preparation going into a regional tournament, he had very little preparation because of his job commitment. And at that time, he told me that at afternoons he had to get some small boy to come into Warner Park and bowl him for a period of time. So said by the time he got into the 30s at regional level, he would have become winded. His stamina was not up to par at that point.
Yeah.
So, as a result, he found himself getting out in the 30s.
And he was very, very accurate in that analysis, whereby that was a great challenge in terms of his preparation. His ability wasn't questionable, but the preparation, and he did, and I know that is a fact, whereby there were great limitations in terms of their preparation going into. It's not like now whereby teams or players, when you're selected, they're gone into a camp for sometimes even close to a month before you go and play regionally and so forth.
Yeah, Carlisle would have mentioned earlier on that players are playing at a professional level now, whereas in the past, you had the job challenge because of your job situation.
That's right.
So it was a lot. It's a lot easier now. Players, basically it's their job. As Cornwall continues, and he's in the air. Player takes the catch. Mikhail Louis at wideish long on, and Perez perishes, and he goes caught. Mikhail Louis on the wideish long on boundary, looking for another maximum, and I would say giving it away.
Yeah, and really well judged catch too by Michael Lowy. He's kept his eyes upon the ball, and the Leeward Islands would be most pleased in getting their first wicket. So Perez, on this time, did not get it where he would have liked to, but he got it into the wide long on area, and Mikhail Louis kept his focus, kept his eyes on the ball, and brought in a good catch. So the first wicket going down for Guyana.
So Perez falling one short of 50. It's now 78 for 1.
Well, and he would walk in back a little dejected, and he has valuable reasons. But the two openers, Nando and Perez, who Perez making his way back to the pavilion, they have done a good job in terms of the opening partnership.
So Anderson, who scored 77 not out in the first innings, goes to the crease. So yes, Victor, there was that challenge for some players in those days.
I also had that too.
Going into regional cricket, and Carlisle would have mentioned that earlier on, and he would have said also that it's a lot easier nowadays. You are a professional cricketer. All you basically do is you go into training, you go into preparation for these matches, and that is why it's expected that you perform at a professional level, because you have the proper groundwork to go out there and perform.
Yeah, perfectly said there also.
So Anderson gets off the mark immediately with a single, but I think Perez would have thrown it away, looking for another maximum. The man Louis was placed at wideish long on, and he was looking to go over the top again. This time, instead of going towards mid-wicket, he went to wideish long on. He was in the air, and Louis settled nicely on it, judged it well, and he was never going to drop that one. So first wicket going down, 79 for 1. There's still a drift by some 63 runs. Guyana, having been led on first innings by some 142 runs by the Leeward Islands. But certainly a very good start, though, given to the Guyana team by the openers.
Yeah, a very good start. And the captain, Rakim Cornwall, is the wicket taker. And really, it was a good, well-judged catch there, too, by Michael Louis on the boundary. But probably when Perez might be looking back on it now, he might just be saying, why did not I just try to just hit it along the ground and get a single instead of trying to go over the top again? But that is all of the past now. But an important wicket for the Leeward Islands to have broken that partnership. And the more wickets they can get before they get that now required 63 runs to overhaul what they are trailing by. If the Leewards can get especially Anderson early, that will be interesting.
But here's Anderson picking up another run as he plays it square of the wicket on the offside. Anderson batted quite well in the first innings, of course, and scored 77 not out. And in the end ran out of partners, but there we go again. Landmark in the offing, 15 the offing, an opportunity to make a big score. And getting a bit greedy, I would think, having just struck one over mid-wicket for 6. And you could say giving it away.
Thank you.
Could have really gotten to the pitch of that one and driven it down to Louis, who is at wideish long and all along the ground, and picked up a single and gotten his 50. Of course, this is not a 2020 match. outside the off stump. And Nando is not going after that one, allows it through.
Yeah, and you have to always keep in mind that game awareness, and you're right there, Earl, with that. Instead of really trying to go for the 6 again, just hit it along the ground, let Louis come in and feel it, and get your 50, start to rethink again, but that was not to be.
Outside the off stump once more from Graves. And then through it goes to the keeper.
Well, Graves try and get the deliveries more in line where the batsman Nandu will have to be using the bat more instead of just shouldering his arms. But
might be a patience game though between Graves and the batsman. We saw Guyana use this to using this to good effect when the Leeward Islands came back out after lunch. Nicely steered, but finds Hayden Walsh Jr. That short backward point and he can't score. But Nando has looked solid though. He has been the less aggressive of the two. Perez, of course, looking to go over the top and being dismissed. In fact, he would have struck a 6 in the previous delivery. Runs here for Nando. In fact, 4 runs. And that was a better time than I would have thought. He just got into his wicket and turned it around. It seemed to have timed it well, using the pace of Justin Graves, and the ball raced away to the square leg boundary for 4.
yeah, and with that amount of vacancy on the onside, quite appropriate stroke. He executed it nicely. He timed the ball well. He earned himself 4 runs. He continues to look good. So that's Nando.
It's gone on to 29. Picks up the line of that one and allows it through. The over comes to an end, and we would have some 23 overs completed in this innings, and it means we have another 18 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, and with the spinner Rakeem Cornwall in operation too, the Leeward Islands should be getting through those 18 overs in a very appropriate time than what transpired yesterday, because usually with a spinner into an attack, thrown over in between overs will be much more quicker, and Rakeem Cornwall has taken the wicket of Perez.
And the Snow is defending well. Next week, of course, Barbados, the Barbados Pride takes on the Leeward Islands Hurricane here at Warner Park, but that's a day-night match. Match starts at 1 o'clock and goes into the evening.
That forward defensive stroke, we used to have a saying, read the maker's name.
So, not a defensive. In fact, he seemed to have been forward and back for that one. Hoping, though, that if you're seeing Sankits, they're listening to the... And here's a reverse sweep. The appeal goes up. Oh, my goodness. And Walsh, Cornwall, as usual, very animated. You know, I like to see this man appealing. It's all arms and shoulders when he appeals. Before a sweep, that could have been closer than we might have thought, or the umpire might have thought.
Well, looking at it, it looked very close to me, because also too, the batsman was in a crouching position. Anyway,
think Hamilton was indicating there that it might have struck him. Struck him on the arm. Let's look at it again. It was turning. It was turning. Well, hitting him on the arm doesn't mean he can be leg before, although it's the arm. But it seemed to be turning. Might have been missing leg. But, you know, you could be struck any part of the body once it's not in the wrist region and be out leg before. Ironical as it might sound, you could be struck in the head and be out leg before.
Head before wicket.
You're struck in the head and it runs away to the boundary. It's 4 leg byes. So, but Graves will continue from the far end. And he's in his 6th over, somewhat of an extended spell here for Graves. Saw him coming into bat at number 7, which I think was much too low for Graves.
Yes, indeed. I will agree with that. Far too low for a batsman of his caliber.
Played Test cricket for the West Indies, and he certainly did not come in as low as number 7 in the batting order. I thought he could have been better utilized. Yes, of course, Hamilton batted well. Nicely driven into the offside by Nandu. He can't score. So, another 16 overs after this 84 for 1. And we're in over number 25. So, Victor, day night match next week. Match, of course, starting at 1 o'clock and goes into the evening here at Warner Park. Lifting delivery, well played there by Nando. Gets on top of it, drops it into the gully region. But Guyana, they fought back well in this match. Aided and abetted, of course, by the inept batting of the Leeward Islands. And at one point, the batting for the Leeward Islands seemed a bit thoughtless. Defended once more. This has been a long, extended spell, and one wonders if, you know, if the spinners, for example, for the Leeward Islands, if they couldn't have operated in tandem. So Hayden Wall's having a spell. Cornwall is in the attack at the moment. This is, of course, one of the reasons why the Leeward should have been looking to get a much better lead. To me, the Leeward Islands bowling lacks a bit of teeth at times. Not very penetrative at times. Of course, there are other options in the ranks. Kareem Agor, he's a capable left-arm leg spinner. Kadeem Henry himself, he's ambidextrous, bowls with both arms. And these are, of course, spinners. But certainly 84 for 1 has been a good reply here by the Guyana's team.
Yeah, certainly, and they had a good start between Perez and Nandu, and now the man who rejoined Nandu is Anderson, who had a very attractive and most sensible 77 not out in Guyana's first innings, where they scored 193. But Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, he's going to continue from this northern end, and he will be looking for his second wicket.
As they wait for Thorne to leave the field, he brought on the cap for Nandu. And sometimes I wonder that this, players, after every over, not just the batsman, but the keeper, for example, they change their headgear, so players to run onto the field of play to take a new piece of headgear after, well, practically after every over, especially if there's a fast ball and a spin ball in operation. One wonders if this could not be a bit time consuming. It does not take long, really, but you know, you might rack up a minute or two, and it adds up.
Based upon how consistent it is through red, it really adds up.
Defended by Anderson. Nando is the one, he has his cap on at the moment, and I'm certain at the end of this over we'll see Thorne running back on with the helmet. Over comes to an end. There goes the helmet once more. It's not Thorne this time.
Well,
but there goes the helmet nevertheless.
yeah, you've seen that pattern, and as you call it out right again, dear Earl, and there it goes out, just as you said at the conclusion of that over. But these two, Anderson and Nando, will know that it will even be even more significant and important if they can bat out the remaining overs, whatsoever total they may end up with, but avoid losing any further wickets. But on the other hand, if the Leeward Islands...
To their credit, though, Victor, the exchange happens very quickly.
Okay.
And they try to get it done before the over is about to start. So once it's properly managed, I think the officials, the umpires, would be happy with that. They would certainly tolerate that. Outside the off stump once more. Question is, Justin Graves in the attack. He's into his 7th over. One wonders at his role at this point of the game, whether he's there looking to take a wicket, or whether he's doing a holding job at this point for his team. The Ghana team still in arrears. They're 84 for 1. They are trailing by some 56 runs, and this one is nicely fielded there by young Hayden Walsh. So one wonders whether or not Graves is there looking to take a wicket. Of course, he would have picked up 2 wickets in the first innings, 2 for 26. And but based on his line of attack, just outside the off stump, he seems to be doing more of a holding job. And one would want to think that at this point, the Leeward should be looking to pick up wickets. Nando picks up the line once more. He has been patient. He is on 29 from some 74 deliveries.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands should be looking to take wickets. They're not really a little too defensive in terms of Graves' attack. I have not seen in any event where he has posed any great challenges to the batsmen, so it might be good to just have a next option coming from that southern end.
Yes, and you know, this is a bit of an extended spell. One wonders if there could be, you know, more of a rotation of the bowlers. He's in his 7th over, and he does not look like taking a wicket. And perhaps, you know, there could be more of a rotation of the bowlers by the Leeward Islands captain. Of course, they do have this lead, and you know, they would want to pick up as many wickets as possible before Guyana gets to the lead of 142.
Well, I would agree with you. That should really be the intention by the Leeward Islands. But so far, Graves is very defensive, and in an impressive note at this moment. The match boundaries 73 fours and 13 sixes. That is the present status in terms of the match boundaries so far in this encounter here at Warner Park between the Leeward Islands and Guyana.
So Graves once more, short and lifting a bit, steered into the offside for a single. And that's the end of that over. So 14 overs left in the day's play. Drinks break is being taken. It's just about 4 o'clock. And we have at least another hour's play, another 14 overs left. So it seems as though we might be getting out of here early today. Well, we're back here at Warner Park with the play after a drinks break. 85 for 1, Guyana. Having been led on first innings by some 142 runs. And Walsh will continue. And we're joined by Carlisle Powell.
You did say Walsh will continue, but that looks a slightly taller
And bigger.
a heavier version of Walsh.
And bigger. That's, of course, Cornwall. All from Antigua. But nevertheless, it's the captain Cornwall who will continue. Nandu is still there. He's on 30. He has been there for quite some time now. So 30 from 79 deliveries. What Nando has done so far, he has played with a very straight bat. And he has not taken any undue risk. And perhaps looking for a big one here. The conditions are ideal for batting. So very much the same throughout this over. Nando defending, pushing into the offside. Guyana, of course, still in arrears. And looking to wipe off this deficit with minimum loss of wickets. So far, they've lost 1 wicket. This one peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes down to short third man, where it's picked up a maiden over. The first over after the drinks break. And on goes the helmet once more. And, the Leeward Islands Carlisle, they continue to use Justin Graves at the far end. Spin from one end and Graves, the medium pacer, from the far end. And one wonders at his role at this point and time, whether or not he's looking to pick up wickets or just doing a holding job.
Well, he has been good. His line has been very good, and he has not allowed the batsmen to score freely off his bowling. None for 13 from 7. Those are good returns. We would like to see something in the wicket column.
Well, that is my concern. This one is played nicely just to the left of mid-off. And just a single. Really my concern whether or not the Leeward Islands at this stage, whether or not they're looking to take wickets or just contain, still enjoying a lead. It's now 86 for 1. The lead initially 142. And of course, we're coming towards the end of the second day's play. And the batsmen, of course, would be very cautious at this point. They will be thinking in terms of batting out the rest of the day. So, you know, one wonders if it's not an opportune time for the Leeward Islands to go into an all-spin attack mode.
But you were wondering about the role of Graves here. Honestly, he has looked the best of the 3 fast bowlers we've seen.
Certainly he has looked the best, but he has not looked penetrative. I was just thinking in terms of the Leeward Islands opting to go for a second spinner as opposed to bringing back another fast bowler.
It depends on what they want. Do you want somebody to hold an end and to see if you can reduce the scoring rate? Because at one point the guy in the team were free scoring.
They were, but they certainly have lost the wicket, and we have just another 12 overs left after.
That's a lot of time, bro.
This one.
Lot of time.
And it's a lot of time, but I'm pretty certain too the batsman would be thinking in terms of coming back tomorrow and perhaps trying something different for maybe an over 2 and trying to buy a wicket, if we may put it that way.
And you have 12 overs, as I remind you. That's a lot of time.
Well, Uh, Carlisle goes for the more conservative approach at this point. Save runs. But certainly Graves has been doing a very good job. He has contained well. And the figures speak for themselves. He's in its 8th over, conceded 14 runs. Nando Doe seems to be in one frame of mind, that is to defend and defend stoutly. He's not thinking in terms of being aggressive.
Which is something that you wanted to see from the Leeward's batsmen when they batted. Because those 6 wickets for 55 runs, Earl, surely did not serve the Leewards as good as it served Guyana.
Definitely not. And the way the Leewards were going, tucked around the corner,
4.
and it's 4. Does it so easily. That's a good shot. Just placing it well, timing it well, and picking up 4.
And that is what you want to see from the batsmen. They have to be patient enough to wait and know their scoring areas. And clearly, this is an area where he's comfortable. The fielder, Michael Louis, down at long leg was wide. And so while he got some bat at that and played it fine enough, it was always going to be 4. Now, here is a challenge that I have, Earl. We have a batsman at the crease who, at the end of every over, has to exchange his hat for his helmet or his helmet for his hat. At what point would the umpire say to him, enough is enough?
Well,
because you are now wasting time, and the fielding side is the one that bears the brunt of the blame for slow over rate.
well, this is something that was discussed just before we came on, Victor Eddie and myself. I would have brought it up, you know. And you're so correct. At what point do you say enough is enough? My response to that is once it's done efficiently and quickly, then it does not become a problem. But, this is not something that is happening just to the Carlisle.
I know.
It's happening in, and that is why I brought it to the attention of Victor earlier on. Because we have seen this happening so often. Sometimes it's the wicketkeeper also who exchanges headgear. And in the case of a wicketkeeper, the wicketkeeper could easily tuck his cap in the back of his trousers and probably put the helmet behind him. Of course, if it strikes the helmet, those are extra runs. But they could guard against that. But, even a minute wasted is time wasted.
And it adds up.
It definitely does. So this is something, which it's a cause for concern. I mean, it's something I've been looking at for quite some time now. Guess it's in the hands of the umpires to manage this part of the game. And if it's not a concern for them, well, here's one punched into the offside by, in fact, it goes for 4. Good shot there by the batsman Anderson. And he gets his first boundary. And here goes the helmet once more, Carlisle. In fact, is it the helmet or a cap this time? It's the helmet.
Good shot. Just erred a little bit in length. It was just a little bit short and wide and gave Anderson the opportunity to play it down to the cover boundary for 4 runs. I tell you something, Earl. I'm happy that I'm not that 12th man. Because if I were and having to do this exercise, I would see it as punishment.
Well, they have changed the messenger now. It was Isaiah Thorne previously. Now it's I think his name is Locknoth, who is doing the job at the moment. He has relieved Isaiah Thorne. I don't know. He probably put in a complaint. He's getting a bit tired. Outside the off stump there from Graves and through to the keeper. No shot offered.
Now you might have had a quiet word with the manager to say this is overtime duties, and I expect that I'll be paid commensurate with my duties, and that you'll charge it to the batsman.
Probably.
Mhm.
94 for 1 though. Yes, it's something that needs to be looked at. They need to keep a close eye on that. There are some batsmen who bats through the whole innings in their helmet, whether it's pace or spin.
And some who don't need a change of gloves. And then you'll find some who want to change their gloves every couple of overs.
Yes, certainly.
Nando has quietly gone to 34 from his 91 deliveries. And he's playing the role that his side wants him to do. They started trailing by 142. They're now trailing by 48.
So really a good comeback here by the Guyana team. And at one point, they must have been thinking that they could be facing a 200 plus lead. And at the rate that the Leeward Islands were going, they certainly had the foundation, but then collapsed after the luncheon interval. Nando, who I understand resides in Canada, but is bent on making it big, making it into the international circles. I think his father lives in Guyana. His parents lives in Guyana, but he goes back to Guyana to play for Guyana. Would have played some youth cricket also. Speaking of youth cricket, Carlisle, some youth cricketer, of course, coming up at Leeward Islands level and then at regional level. Could probably tell listeners more about that as the over progresses.
There's a Leeward Islands camp which is starting in Antigua this weekend, and the players will be traveling on Saturday.
This one is peeling off the outer portion of the bat, goes down to third man, goes quickly across to his right and sends the return quickly in. It's not a good one, but it's backed up in the offside, and there by Hamilton, and no extra run. There goes Stan again. So probably he has gotten approval for that overtime pay. So yes, Carlisle, the Leeward Islands will be having a tournament, you say, in Antigua.
There is a camp.
Camp
In Antigua. And then the under-15 players will be traveling off to Trinidad. I think it's Trinidad where they will be playing the West Indies tournament.
So have the players been selected as yet for that camp?
Oh yes, I did say that they would be traveling on Saturday.
On Saturday, so I would imagine, yes.
The players will be moving off. I haven't seen the entire selection for the camp, but I've seen the players from Nevis.
Yeah, I suppose you would be having players from the other areas, Antigua, St. Kitts, of course, St. Martin. They have been producing quite a number of players in recent times. So
there is also the under-17/under-19 competition which is coming up in St. Kitts later this month
And that's at Leeward Islands level.
at Leeward Islands level.
And of course, with the West Indies on the 19 tournament coming up in June, I suppose that's a precursor to that tournament.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands tournament will be here from the 14th to the 21st of April. And there's some more cricket to look forward to.
14 to the. Okay, so that's just after this regional tournament. Of course, we do have the final match here starting next Wednesday on the 9th of April. So right after that, more cricket here in St. Kitts. The youngsters would be on show. 95 for 1 over number 32. 9 overs after this. Then, of course, we would be having the West Indies on the 19 tournament in June. Right here in St. Kitts. Turned into the onside. Nandu is thinking of a run. And Anderson is not interested. So the over comes to an end. And here goes the helmet once more.
And so we're moving at pretty good pace in terms of the over rate in today's game. And Guyana will be pleased that they have only lost a wicket so far. 95 for the loss of 1 in the 35 overs that they have faced. Cornwall 1 for 31 from 12. And he's the man who has picked up the wicket. The run rate has now gone under 3 and over. But Guyana wouldn't mind that. They're trailing by 47. That would be a bigger concern for them.
I think Guyana thinking more in terms of survival. You did say at one point 12 overs, there were lots of overs left in the display. Another 9 overs left in the display. And lots of time. A lot could happen in that period. But yes, of course, Carlisle, I still maintain that, Justin Graves has certainly done a very good job. But this might be the point in time where the Leeward Islands might be thinking of trying something different, trying to buy a wicket at this stage. Down the onside. And they're taken by young Andrew. Graves who batted at number 7 for the Leeward Islands. Rather surprisingly, Hamilton coming ahead of Graves. Ripped off the pads by Anderson. Down to long leg. Just a single. Karen will go. He's down there. Leeward Islands would have to be careful here, though. They're batting last. Of course, we have not seen anything untoward from these pitchers yet. We have not seen any deliveries really gripping. But this is only the second day's play. And if Guyana could get a substantial lead, then they could put some pressure on the Leeward Islands. And here's where tomorrow's play is going to be very critical, Carlisle. What happens tomorrow could point towards the outcome of this game. It's 47 runs away from overtaking that deficit, Guyana. So Nando, who is shown immense patience, picks up the line, and one hopes that the Leeward Island batsmen are looking at Nando, the way he has handled those deliveries outside the off stump. So on target for an early finish, 8 overs after this delivery. Nando is defending. Gets it into the offside. So the over comes to an end. And it's 95 for 1. And here we go again. So it seems as though Cornwall will continue from this. In fact, Karima Go has the ball, so it seems as though there's going to be a bowling change. Carlisle, but is that so? Well, he had the ball for one moment and gave it back to his captain, so his captain will continue. So Cornwall will continue. And he has picked up the only wicket to fall. 1 for 31 from 12 overs, 96. It is. As this one is played to mid-wicket by Anderson and there's no run. So, Carlisle, what sort of preparation do these youngsters get? Well, from the Nevis end, for example, pulled well into the mid-wicket region, and it goes for 4.
Poor delivery, was short and wide, and sat up and gave the batsman the opportunity to score freely from that, and he picked up a boundary. Well, the under-15 players in Nevis and the under-19s as well have been in training with Stuart Williams and Wendell Wallace. And as I speak to you, the under-15s should be engaged in a game against the under-17s under the direction of Stuart Williams. And they've been having matches and they're preparing well for the tournament and for the camp.
Oh, here is confusion. That was a long single. But I think the fact that it was shadowed by Hayden Walsh Jr. Created some doubt in the mind of Nando, who had played it into the offside. But in the end, all's well that ends well. In fact, it was Anderson who had played the shot into the onside. But here's a good shot there by Nando. And it's going down to long on. And obviously it was saved there. And the batsmen were back for 2. So obviously, Carlisle, your teenage players, they would be well prepared going into these tournaments.
Absolutely, and they have been playing in the local league in Nevis as well. We have started the T20 competition, and so they have been playing there as well.
So good to hear that that competition has started. I know recently you would have had your 10-10 competition. And who is defending? And gets it into the offside. And there's the run. So the over comes to an end. Graves takes his cap. He's going to continue. We have another 8 overs left in the day's play. Carlisle, and to take you through, alongside Carlisle, it would be Victor Eddy.
Graves has put in an honest performance here this afternoon. He has bowled hard, Earl, and has bowled a very long spell as well. And he has kept things tight for his captain. They'll be hunting for some wickets, though. As I said earlier, when the Leewards were batting and seemed intent on gifting their wickets away, that there is a lot of time left in this game. And you still have another 8 overs left in the day's play. Is it 8? 8 is on the board, yes. Another 8 overs left in the day's play. And apart from that, you have 2 days to go. Good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon, Carlisle, and more runs for Guyana, getting it down to fine leg. So one more run to the total advances their cause, and I like the approach and the assessment that Nando has been making throughout this innings. He has been picking up the line and not being invited to group outside the off stump. And as Earl alluded to there, that he hoped that the players of the Leeward Islands would look at that and take it as an example going forward, that when there is the delivery is not pitched between wicket and wicket, there is no need to go fishing.
Even the youngsters like Joel Andrew would have been playing this game at whatever level, rudimentary, basic, and then advanced for at least 10 years. He's 18, he would have started playing before he was 10. And so it should have a pretty good understanding and getting better with each game as to what cricket is about. And there, an older gentleman said to me one time, cricket is about batting and bowling. If you're not batting, if your side is not batting, it's fielding. And if you bat poorly, it then means that you have to field more. So if you like batting and you get out to bat, you bat. Single into the onside, they'll get one more. It's 105 for the loss of 1. And what we saw from the Leewards was not an intelligent process. I mean, you're sitting pretty at 280 for 4 with 2 set batsmen past the half century and being bowled out, losing the last 6 wickets for 55 runs. That's not a good look. Four more runs. Delivery which was wide, stayed down to the vacant third man position and picking up another 4. It's 109 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, and even though it was wide, what Anderson was doing, he was doing the appropriate thing, Carlisle, whereby he was moving across and he just guided and used the pace of the ball. And we would all hope that no team would repeat that similar performance that the Leeward Islands did when they're batting, because all of it was totally uncalled for.
But we saw something similar against Trinidad and Tobago right here at Warner Park.
Okay.
Good shot. Driven firmly, but there's a fielder down at mid-off. Graves must be coming towards the end of his spell.
Most likely, but I think at least before the completion of the remaining overs, I think the Leeward should go for a next option at that end too, just to see if they can get further inroads into this batting. But Anderson, who batted so well in the first innings where he was the top scorer, 77 not out, he continues looking that in that similar vein in terms of his technique and his whole approach.
Stay down to third man, 4 more. Because there is a first slip, there is a gully. The fielder is at backward point, not at third man. And so it goes down in that direction. That's always going to give you 4. And so that's the end of an expensive over by Graves. And I'd like to think that that's the end of his spell as well. Scores moved on to 113 for 1.
And the fielder who was set on the wide third man boundary, he's more down there for the cut stroke and
Absolutely.
having 2 slips and a gully and then just peeling off for the outside edge all along the ground, earned himself 4 runs. I even think in the Leeward Islands approach, where they had that lead of 142, I think the captain's strategy could have been a lot much more different in terms of how he could have possibly utilized his bowlers of exchanging ends a bit more consistent, and whereby because the longer any particular 2 set of bowlers have an extended spell, it is the more acquainted and comfortable that batsmen get to make the necessary adjustments. But if you have that consistent interchanging of bowlers because you had that modest lead and so forth, but that was not the approach by the captain. Now they are only trailing by some 29 runs,
Well,
130.
there is an extended conference between Casey Carty, the captain Cornwall, and the former captain Jamar Hamilton. And the scoreboard is showing 6 overs left in the day's play, so they are not in any danger of not completing those on time.
This
Around the region, Trinidad and Tobago, sorry Victor,
No, that's
Jamaica, 372 all out. Trinidad and Tobago 33 for 4. Windwards, first inning 186, and they're now 158 for 4. Barbados made 198. This delivery is played into the onside. They'll have at least a couple of runs here as the fielder is chasing back after it. Picks up now, and they'll get 2 runs. As the big scoreboard to our right takes a vacation.
Well, I like the look. It's 115 for 1. I like the look of Nando. I like how he's assessing things out there in the middle. He's quietly forward though to a delivery from Cornwall. Just played quietly to short extra cover where Hamilton is there.
115 for 1.
Yeah, and
Combined campuses made 238, and the West Indies Academy 316. So they took a lead there in that game. Cornwall, and he's bringing the batsman forward. Nando is very quiet, and he's on 40.
such a valuable approach is Nando's approach. He's not doing or using any indiscretions, playing everything on its merit. And played that final delivery from Cornwall just out to short mid-wicket.
That's what cricket is about, Victor.
Thinking the game.
Thinking the game, staying ahead of the game, and not overthinking. Because when you look at how the Leewards collapsed 6 for 55, and you take a look at the dismissals, I don't know if those batsmen could be very happy. I mean, we kept saying that there's a lot of time left in the game, and that translates into playing sensibly. And we saw the reverse sweep coming out. We saw batsmen chasing wide deliveries. We saw Hayden Walsh trying what I would have to say was a slug sweep to a very wide delivery. And we saw Spencer being called down by his captain and more than likely being told you have 1 delivery left in the over. And they played a huge swing and got his off stump knocked out of the ground. And so Guyana were happy to bat. Delivery down the leg side as we see that Graves is continuing. He has been asked to do a lot of work this afternoon.
Yes, indeed, and doing plenty work this afternoon. And persons like Carty and all the batsmen, in the way that they got out, we would all hope that this does not repeat for any theme at all, but more in particular the Leeward Islands, playing that loosely and irresponsible in terms of that interval, because it's always obvious to all batsmen, even before you face the first delivery, whatsoever type of bowler or is gonna come into bowl to you, and you look at the field, wherever most of the fielders are placed, it's obvious that that is the line where the bowler gonna be concentrated more. And it worked though. It worked.
Here is Graves, and he's behind it solidly is Anderson, and he remains on 22. It's 115 for 1. As Victor, That ship that is owned by you and Earl Smith, and it's leaving the harbor?
No, it's the other one.
Oh no.
Slow overseas.
I was told that Victor and Earl co-own the other vessel, which is the larger of the two vessels.
Slow overseas.
Well, careful with those comments because I don't want those comments to be endangering us.
Ah, you mean that your taxes may go up,
Well,
but we don't pay personal income tax, and I suspect that knowing how clever a banker Earl is, that he had the ship registered offshore, maybe in the Bahamas.
well, you would have more information. I'm a novice in that sense to what your acclamations are about Earl.
Justin Graves, none for 30 from 11 overs and 4 balls before this. And bowling a delivery which is wide, and it's played down to third man. The fielder there that looks like Doran got a hand to it and parried it away, took some pace off it, and Michael Louis had the hard chase to come around to his left and limited the batsmen to 2 runs. It was 117 for 1.
And Carlisle, you see how Anderson has approached from ball 1 his innings? No indiscretions. Anything loose, put it away. Still look for the 1s and the 2s. Run the first one quickly between the wickets. And Nando, on the other hand, even though a lot of deliveries were attempted outside the off stump, he just left them.
End of the over. 37 overs have been bowled in this inning so far, and Guyana, they are 117 for the loss of 1.
Well, players still chasing out onto the field. But your and Earl conversation, Carl, is very important in time. What moment and particular time would umpires really say that this is enough coming off and going on and exchanges and so forth? No, some may say on the other hand, if it is done more in the timely manner whereby you get on even before the wicketkeeper gets back into the position where the next over gonna be bowled, and then you get off the field of play. But even so, that consistent pattern of going off and coming on, it's irregular. But just a few overs left in the second day's play between Guyana and the Leeward Islands. To be more accurate, Carlisle, would it be what? The scoreboard is showing what, 4 overs remaining?
And 19 minutes to bowl those 4 overs, so we should more or less get them in.
And Hayden Walsh is coming into the attack here from the northern end. Hayden Walsh Jr., pardon.
And he will be bowling from around the wicket. Nando is on 40.
Well, in coming around the wicket, probably one of his aspects is he wants to get a full view of the 3 stumps in coming around the wicket to the left-hander. That also can be interesting because he should be able to put his deliveries on more accurate line and length.
And now they're sending out the sweeper onto the cover boundary. Over tosses on the leg side. And this is something that you would have to explain to me, Victor. I'm a little bit slow. He sent out the sweeper on the cover boundary and over tosses on the legs and gets driven down to wide long on for 4 runs. Makes no sense.
Well, no sense at all. I don't understand. What was the aspect of pushing the man out and then bowling it on a full length on the leg stump, full on the batsman pads, and he just hit it wide off mid-on for 4?
Well, it will show in his bowling figures.
And look at Nando. Just got a boundary, but still prepared to just come in now and just nudge it around and give back the strike to Anderson. Intelligent batting. trailing now by just some 20 runs is Guyana. So in their pursuit to overhaul the 142, they calculated this innings very good so far. Guyana, that is.
Gets another single, does Anderson, as he drives this one down to long on.
Yeah, they keep exchanging the strike quite nicely. When the loose deliveries come along, they get into boundaries. When there are times, even though it may be a good delivery, they still are able to get the ones and the twos.
End of the over. 3 overs left in the day's play. And we remind you of the progress in the game. Guyana 193 all out, 77 to Anderson. He was a top scorer in that inning. And for the Leewards, Cornwall picked up 3 for 25. And then the Leewards batting 335 all out, Carty 92, Hamilton 80, Louis 73. Ali Mohammed picked up 5 for 91. Guyana were 49 without loss after 13 overs. They have now taken that score to 123 for 1.
So this is a very good partnership.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they trail the Leewards by just 19 runs now.
So good sensible batting between these two. Anderson, who really demonstrated really class in the first innings where he got 77 not out, and now is repeating that role, and also demonstrating why is it he has 4 first-class hundreds in regional cricket.
Graves continues. I think he's going to have a very good rest tonight. He's going to welcome, his bed will welcome him. He has had a long bowl for the Leewards.
Yeah, he should really get an adequate rest later on tonight in terms of, as you quite rightly said, his extensive spell from that southern Al-Lozak Road end. But thus far throughout this match, and we would hope it continues, good weather, ideal for cricket. Such ease and composure when Anderson, even for that particular stroke where he was not placing emphasis on power, just making sure that he timed it and keep it along the ground. And if it was further either side of the fielder at cover, there might not just been a chance for the deep point to get a chance to really cut it off going into the boundary, but it was struck straight to the fieldsman at cover. Nicely balanced at the creases, Anderson.
Loud shout for LBW. The umpire was early, shaking his head and saying not out.
And if we can have a look at it now too, you can see it looked like the wicketkeeper was making a little shuffle to the leg side. Not fully. Let's just see where the wicketkeeper was doing. His left foot.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Umpires call it best.
That's right. Sometimes too, when I look at the monitor, I take some of the guidance too from why would the keeper be moving down the leg side? With the intention most likely to gather the ball. So good decision there by the umpires, and I think there have been, one or two decisions might have been more questionable, but in general, they have been doing a good job.
Driven firmly into the offside by Anderson, but there's a fielder in the way and they won't score.
Yeah, and as presiding umpires, for example now, the umpire there, he has to look for many things. First of all, he has to look to see if the bowler is going outside the return crease, look to see if he's overstepping, then still look down to see if it was pitch between wicket and wicket to make a decision for leg before, even to which would be difficult if he can pick up just that faint edge. So, it is...
And he does not have the benefit of the replay.
That's right.
Yona and
As really so. The technology that has been brought into cricket in that aspect, it is so of such value and importance.
Couple of runs as this one is pitched too straight and played down to the mid-wicket area, so they pick up another 2 runs. The score moves to 125 for 1. Guyana responding well to a deficit of 141.
Well, the
142 correction.
The Leeward Islands have been getting through these bowlers these overs quite efficiently. Earl Smith alluded this morning, and most likely that might have been a conversation because the umpires had a conversation with the Guyanese captain. And one more run to the total for Guyana, Anderson getting it of that final delivery, whereby the over rate was that slow. So that might have just been the conversation because we have seen a big difference today. And as the scoreboard reads, is that 2 overs remaining, Carlisle?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 overs.
Nando has taken his score to 45. Kevlin Anderson is on 28. And the wicket lost has been that of Perez. And he was out caught at long on 49.
Yeah, and even with his selection at that time, really, 49, he could have easily retort it and probably hit it along the ground and just get the single and get to his 50, and then he might have still been there. But I guess at the spur of the moment, he might have just felt overconfident on that shot selection. But it was a very well played innings.
Walsh is bowling a short delivery. And it's played down to mid-wicket. So it has been a good day's play. Leeward's resume this morning and were looking to ensure that they could get a good day's play in. And so 143 for 4 was the score when we started this morning. Carty was on 20, Hamilton was on 3. And they took the score to 280 for 4 at lunch. And Carty was on 91 and Hamilton on 66. This one is worked into the onside. They'll get another single.
Yeah, Nando has been calculating and has up to now played very, very well. I like his assessment whereby he was not tempted with deliveries outside the off stump, waited for his loose deliveries, when an opportunity to get his 1s and 2s, did it well with soft hands. So good sensible batting by the young man.
Two deliveries left in the over. And we have 1 over left in the day's play after this. It's 128 for the loss of 1. These two have added 50 for the second wicket. So an important partnership here for Guyana. This one is given some flight. And there is Anderson playing it carefully away into the offside. Brings up the end of an over that resulted in 2 runs. It's 128 for 1. And the board says that there is 1 over left in the day's play. And I rather suspect that we might get another over after this one. Because we have enough time for this over, especially with the introduction of spin, and maybe an over after this. So we'll get a bonus.
Yeah, that's a high possibility. But this partnership also to add value towards the chase by Guyana in their second innings. Their batsmen came out playing sensible, and most of all, they had a valuable opening start between Perez and Nando. Nando is still there. And Anderson, who was the top scorer, has joined him. And as you quite rightly said there, Carlisle, they have established a 50 partnership thus far.
Well, the captain went off the field about 4 overs ago, Cornwall. And so, you know, we started the season with Hayden Walsh as vice captain, if my recollection is right. Yep. And then he was dropped. And it seems to me as if Casey Carty might be the man out there marshalling the forces. Kareem Agor is bowling. This one is turned away into the onside by Nando. And they won't score. Toss in the game was won by Guyana. And not strange that at one part they decided to bat. They just didn't bat as well as they thought that they should bat. This one is turned into the onside. It will run close to the boundary. And Jamal Hamilton was down there diving for all his worth and couldn't pull it back. So another 4 runs to Nando. And this is what proper batting is all about. You take your opportunities. You don't go creating opportunities, especially in a 4-day game. And just delivery on his legs, just turned it away into the onside. Jamal Hamilton got his hands to it, but in an attempt to flick it up, he seemed to have flicked it over the boundary.
Yes.
And so 4 runs.
Yeah, he's all right. I thought for moments that he might have just crashed into some structure down there, but he's going back out now, so he's all right. And what Nando did there, that it was a delivery from going further down the leg side, and he just worked it with nice wrist work and got it into the fine leg boundary for another 4.
And he has
And
reached a
that-
landmark of 50.
Yeah, that has brought up his 50. And look how well he has calculated that 50. And very well played to the young man. 132 for 1. So Guyana has done very good in terms of their second innings thus far.
Just 10 runs behind now. One more run to the total, and so Guyana are now 9 runs behind. And they have 9 wickets in hand, 133 for 1. End of the over. And so as we approach 5 o'clock in the second afternoon of this game, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are 133 for 1. Remember, they trailed the Leewards by 142. Well, they have done an excellent job in reducing that deficit, and they are now within touching distance.
Yes, and actually too, that your watch is inclined as the same as the standing umpires out there, Carlisle, because you did predict that might just be 1 over, and it looks like this possibly can be the final over of day 2. So I do not know if you did that before the game started.
Hayden Walsh Jr. will bowl the last over. Good single. It was played to the right of the fielder down at mid-off, and the striker Nando was quickly saying 1 as the second cruise ship leaves the harbor here at Bastia, leaving the Port Zante. And Walsh is given this one some flight, and they'll have another single.
Very good partnership between Nandu and Anderson. Left and right combination at the crease.
Good strike rotation as they pick up another single. You take what you're given, and you don't have to go hunting for runs, especially when you have so much time left in the game. This lesson was lost on the Leewards. down now to 1 delivery left in the day's play. Guyana 193 all out. Leeward's in response 335 all out. And so leading by 142 the Leewards. And with this, the final delivery being played down to long on brings Michael Louis off the boundary. And so a single there. Score is 137 for the loss of 1. Signals the end of the second day's play in this game, Guyana versus the Leewards. And so we can tell you that that's the score at the close of play, 137 for the loss of 1. And Kevlon Anderson is on 31. Matthew Nando is on 53. The single wicket to go is that of Perez, who was out caught at long on off the bowling of Cornwall for 49. And so after 2 days completed, the Leewards are ahead by 5 runs. And let me put that correctly. The Guyana team are in deficit by 5 runs because they're batting in their second inning. And the Leewards having led them by 142. And so the pitch remains good. Sunlight remains good. The weather has been good in this game so far. And we're eagerly anticipating day 3 when we'll be back here at Warner Park. The Guyana team will continue their batting, looking to set a target for the Leewards. But 2 days left in the game. And I say again, Victor, a lot of time left in this game.
Yeah, beautiful and well played Guyana, and they would feel very pleased at how this second day's play has concluded.
And we say thank you on behalf of our cameraman and one of the best producers in the business. He has done a fantastic job for us here today. It's 360 TV, and we will be joining you back here tomorrow morning at 5 minutes to 10 o'clock for day 3.